is it Ben Q?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Do you show time? Not yet.
Yeah, just a shuffling.
All right, you can go.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And today we're going to be doing the Sunday Riftbound Skirmish here at Hotspot Gaming Cafe. So yeah, today it seems like our first matchup is going to be Darius versus Victor. Both players right now are just doing some pre-match procedure, shuffling their deck, as well as picking battlefields. Um, so yeah, in the meantime, I guess I can just talk about Riftbound in general and our local scene here. We've been seeing quite the diverse meta pick, originally starting with Kaisa being the dominant deck being used, especially as cards become more available. However, as the meta has evolved and more people have been playing Kaisa, players have then been switching to Annie, and to Ari, to other decks in order to go and counter that very popular deck. But instead, however, today we have a pretty spicy deck here with Darius. Expected to see the baited hook version of Darius here, being able to go and basically sacrifice minions in order to go and get bigger and bigger units and to just constantly ramp up. Here on the Victor side, expect to see a lot of control being used here, and yeah, seems like both players right now are just trying to determine turn order, and the battlefields have been flipped. It seems like the Darius player has picked Trefarian Warcamp, and then the Victor player has picked Viomall. Trefarian just allows units there on that battlefield to gain +1 might, and then Viomall just prevents units from uh, leaving that battlefield and going back to base. Seems like Darius is going to have the first turn here. Luckily able to go and get a 2-drop here. Victor going second right now. Let's see. Is going to go and burn one rune in order to go and summon a token here. Seems like the Victor player right now, Megumi, is just trying to go and figure out what is the best play here. Victor is a very technical deck. It takes, I guess, a lot of brain power to say in order to go and pilot it. Right now, seems like turn 2 here for Frog Farmer. He's going to burn 2 runes, or going to tap 2 runes here. Seems like a Potiporo will come out. And Frog Farmer is going to move up to Trefarian Warcamp here, conquering, gaining 1 point. Okay. Frog Farmer is going to go and tap Hand of Noxus and to go and add 1 energy to the rune pool here. And then it's going to be able to go and cheat out a couple of minions as well as 2 tokens. This Victor player right now has to go and deal with quite a large board. It's going to move up to Viomall to score 1 point. Right now, the Victor player currently has 5 mana up. Is going to go and tap 1 to go and summon another recruit token into the base. Right now, Megumi is being threatened by quite the wide board that Frog Farmer is putting out with this Darius deck. Gonna recycle a rune. Might play, perhaps, let's see, Call the Weak here? Currently decide, oh, gonna go and hide a card there at the Vial Mall. Runes are going to be tapped in order to go and play the Victor champion into the base. Blue Victor basically allows basically allows you to go and summon tokens whenever you play cards on your opponent's turn. So being able to hide that card there is going to go and allow, or start to allow that token generation. Right now, seems like Frog Farmer has quite the wide board to work with. He's going to go in order to go and try to attempt to trade here. However, oh, Facebreaker. Facebreaker basically allows both units there to be stunned. You stun one of yours and you stun an opponent's minion, so that so Frog Farmer's token is going to bounce. Frog Farmer now attempting with the Pouty Poro to 2-to-1 might, and will get that conquer, successful conquer. Frog Farmer currently has 3 points, 1 for holding and 1 for conquering. He's going to go and tap 3 runes, and there we go. The Beaded Hook does come out, and Darius will start ramping. Frog Farmer currently has just free reign this turn. Megumi does not have any runes available to respond to anything that Frog Farmer is playing. Frog Farmer going to go and further reinforce that Trifarian War Camp. Both units there currently have a +1 might. Let's see, we'll tap the Beaded Hook in order to go and sacrifice a unit and to bring or to search for a larger one here. Let's see which unit. Oh, Frog Farmer will summon that Spectro, which should then go and allow him to replay a unit from his discard pile back into the base. Let's see. Frog Farmer just getting just a massive, wide base right here, having lots of tokens, lots of units here in order to go and threaten Megumi. Victor does not like decks that like to go wide. So Frog Farmer here playing perfectly into the counter strategy right now, just trying to go and summon as much tokens, as much units as they can in order to go and counter the kill spells that will come out of Victor. Right now, it seems like Megumi should have a successful conquer there on Trifarian. Yeah, we'll tap Victor Legend to go and summon a token into the base. Victor currently has 4 runes right here. Let's see. We'll recycle 1 to go and hide a card at Trifarian War Camp. And is going to pass. Megumi currently has 4 runes up. Okay. Frog Farmer with such a wide board here. 4 tokens and 3 units. We'll have a lot of flexibility, especially on trying to go and beat out spells from Megumi. Let's see. We'll try to attempt the trade there. Recruit into recruit. It should force Megumi to go and play the hidden card, which is going to be Sprite Call. It's going to summon a 3 might sprite to that battlefield. It's going to go and reinforce it. However, that recruit should be traded out unless Frog Farmer does have a response to that spell. Okay, it seems like they will take the trade. Yeah, that sprite actually is currently at 4 might because Trifarian War Camp giving the +1 might. Frog Farmer right now has to go and decide what units he wants to go and send in there to go and try to conquer that battlefield. We'll send 2 in response. That would be Both of them will gain a +1 might bonus, so it'll be 4 into 4 right now. Attempting a trade. Megumi currently deciding what they're going to do with their runes up. Megumi is down 2 points right now. And if Frog Farmer does get this conquer, they will hit 5 points, getting them 3 more points closer to victory here. Megumi deciding on what play they're going to make. Unfortunately, a lot of the victor spells for hard removal, such as Hidden Blade, does benefit your opponent. Yeah, well, most likely you'll take that trade. There's no valuable, I guess, upside to going and Hidden Blading or responding to the threats coming out from 2 recruit tokens here. Oh, seemed like dropped the card. It looked like that was a blast of power. Yeah, Frog Farmer now seems to have gotten a successful conquer. Is going to go up to 6 points. And it seems like the baited hook is coming out again. Sacrificing a unit to go and summon another. With that unit, Frog Farmer should be able to go and generate another recruit token. And it's just continuously building this wide board here, making it very difficult for Megumi to make any plays here. Frog Farmer is going to push a unit up into Jafarian War Camp, and seems like they will go and tap two runes here. Oh, they're going to tap off 5. It seems like they're going to go and play Darius 2 base here. Oh, it's Draven instead. Interesting. Draven, a very feast or famine card here, increasing in might based off of how many victory points that the user has. Draven starts off as a 3 might unit. However, currently, Draven should go and be at 8. A very threatening body here on the battlefield. However, Victor does have the cards and resources available in order to go and just hard remove high might units. Yeah. Megumi going to go and tap 3 to play Sprite Call, generating a 3 might sprite into base. Ready? And we'll send it into Vilemon in order to go and get that successful conquer. Megumi going up a point here for that conquer in Vilemon. However, there seems to be a much more wider or much more higher might units there on Trifarian War Camp.
Oh, Trindu.
Megumi currently has 3 runes up. Just trying to decide what their next play will be here. Thinking about sending those 3 recruit tokens in. Probably into Trifarian War Camp. Instead, we'll decide to go and send 1 into Vilemon. Most likely in order to go and hold that battlefield when the sprite does die next turn. Is going to tap the Victor Legend in order to go and summon a token. And will pass their turn. Frog Farmer here, or Frog Framer here, working with a very wide battlefield and with a very threatening Draven right now. Currently at 9 might. Frogframer currently deciding what they're going to play next. We didn't catch a glimpse there of the Kaisa, but will most likely try to go and make plays based off of the units they currently have in base, just so they don't burn all their gunpowder when they're trying to go and attempt to conquer here. Frogframer currently with the advantage in the point, 3 up. It's going to go and decide to reinforce Strafarian War Camp there, and will tap the beaded hook, and we'll go and search out another unit from their deck. Frogframer deciding to go and play the Kaisa to the base. Frogframer just has this massive base right now with a lot of units, can make a lot of plays here. Megumi only has 2 runes up. That's enough for at least a hidden blade. However, it's just Megumi might not have enough answers to this assault that Frogframer is about to put on right now. We'll summon that Darius and we'll attempt to conquer here into Vile Maw. That should be 7. Oh, is going to go and use the remaining runes in order to respond to that Darius moving into Vile Maw with Smokescreen, reducing Darius's might to 3. And it seems like a trade will go through. Frogframer now sending in the Kaisa to attempt another conquer. And Megumi does not have any runes. That conquer will go through. Frogframer will go up a point. And with the Kaisa ability for conquering, you get to go and draw 1. Frogframer is going to go and recall from Jafarian War Camp. It seems like the best play here might be for Frogframer to just go and stack a battlefield, or maybe to just occupy both. It's going to go and opt for just stacking 1 battlefield here. If they are able to go and hold Vile Maw, then they will go and win this game for that hold point. However, they are tapped out of any runes, so they won't be able to go and respond to any moves that Megumi is going to make. Megumi with that 1 recruit will most likely get that free open battlefield there, going up a point. However, Megumi still has to deal with the Vile Maw stack right now. Kaisa is currently at 4 might. Megumi has to clear 8 might there from Vile Maw. Currently with those 3 tokens, it would be 3 might, and then with the Victor champion would be 4, which would be 7. Would most likely need to go and hard remove one of those units there from Frogframer. Seems like they do need to clear that. If not, they will lose the game next turn. Oh, Fallen Common is going to come in, targeting the Kaisa. This will make it a lot more easier for Megumi to go and conquer that battlefield. Right now, 2 runes untapped for Megumi. And we'll decide to throw in all units. Right now, Frog Framer has no responses to this. This Conquer should go through, however, it most likely will be at the cost of the victor. A necessary loss there in order to prevent Frog Framer from winning the next turn. Megumi here should most likely pass if they don't have a card in their hand to hide. The 2 runes available will allow them to go and make reaction plays. However, instead, will decide to go and stack Vile Maw with a bird. Right now, however, being tapped out of runes, Frog Framer just should be able to win this game here. All they need to do is just send in a recruit token to Trifarian War Camp, get the trade, then send their 3-might unit to go and conquer Trifarian. Instead, they'll go and sequence it differently, sending in the Draven first. Draven should have 10 might here, just going to board wipe Vile Maw, and Frog Framer should go and get the game there. Very well played there by Frog Framer, just creating a wide board and just creating a bunch of units that make it very difficult for Victor to deal with. Right now, we're going to go and move on to match 2 between Frog Framer and Megumi. Both players get to go on sideboard right now in order to go and adapt to the matchups that they're going to go against.
Do I pause?
Probably talk, because we're going to play pretty soon.
Oh, I know. I mean the timer.
Oh yeah. Oh, no, don't. It continues.
So 60.
Yeah. Right now, both players just sign with the sideboard. Frog Framer seems like he's going to sideboard a couple of cards here. Megumi, however, is definitely going to go and need to be making massive adaptations here in order to deal with a bunch of weenie minions here. Low might minions. Right now, Megumi is currently in a pretty rough spot here. This Darius deck is definitely a hard matchup as it likes to go wide into Victor's hard removal control-y type playstyle. Just generating a whole bunch of units that just overwhelm Victor's resources that they have available. Victor's generally known for just being able to make the best use of yellow's hard removal. However, cards like Hidden Blade and Call of the Weak do have negative downsides to playing them. Most of the times, Victor, however, can go and negate those with generating tokens or sequencing properly. But into a deck with just a wide amount of one might units, it just makes it very difficult to get high value trades with those cards. And both players will here look like they're gonna shuffle their decks here with the edits or adaptations that they made from their sideboard. It'll also be interesting to see which battlefields both players pick. Megumi is just contemplating which battlefield they're gonna play. Having lost the first match, Megumi does get the pick in terms of turn order. Most players are going to go and pick first just because Riftbound currently is just a very heavily tempo-based game. So going first and getting the being able to go and act first is just really important right now. Okay, here and battlefields are revealed. It seems like Frogframer has decided to go for the arena's greatest, giving both players +1 point on the beginning phase. And then Megumi here will go for Trifarian Warcap, which will give their units +1 might when they enter it. However, Frogframer did make quite good use of that battlefield last game. But Megumi here should be going first, and therefore should be conquering that battlefield first and being able to go and make the most out of it. There we go. The arena's greatest procs. It seems like Megumi is going to go and tap the Victor Legend, summon a recruit token to base. It seems like Frogframer here is going to go and float 1 mana, pay 1 power, and to go and play a seal. And it will tap the Darius Legend in order to go and play a Kaisa on their first turn. Megumi's going to go in for that free conquer there onto Trifarian Warcap, scoring a point. And will further reinforce that battlefield. Playing a bird to it. If that Soaring Scout does die, then Megumi does get to channel a Rune Exhausted, just adding to that ramp. However, Frogframer here does have the Kaisa. Megumi does have 2 runes up. Frogframer here most likely going to go in for the free conquer on Arena's Greatest, getting that draw 1. Megumi giving the thumbs up there, showing that that conquer is good. Right now, Frogframer has a lot of decisions to make. Megumi currently does have the upper hand here. Just if they're able to hold that battlefield, we'll just win out through scoring, through holding. We'll play unit to generate a recruit token to base. Seems like Frogframer here is just deciding to, the best strategy here is just to go wide. Trying to generate a lot of units, a lot of tokens, so that they can go in for that conquer. Darius, being a red-yellow legend, does have access to grand strategy. So, by going wide, Frog Framers is able to go and buff those units up, and we'll just be able to just ram it into any battlefield and most likely get that conquer with the grand strategy. Megumi now scoring 1 point on that hold. Currently has 6 runes to work with. Seems like they'll tap all 6. Oh, using the singularity. Most likely to go and ping both of the units on Frog Framer size. Yep. And the Kaisa goes away. It's a lot of draw power there that Frog Framer just lost. Yeah, Megumi tapped out now. Is going to go and pass their turn over to Frog Framer. Right now, Frog Framer just working with 1 recruit token. Trying to decide if they have the resources to go and take over Trifarian War Camp. However, it's likely they don't. Instead, will opt to go and play the Darius into their base. Darius is a 5 might unit here. However, if another card is played, Darius will become readied and gain +2 might. And another card does come out here from Frog Framer, which should ready that Darius and make him a 7 might unit right now. Frog Framer able to go and conquer both battlefields here. Megumi has no runes up in order to go and respond to both of these conquers. That's a point there for Frog Framer. And will most likely push their recruit into arenas right now, gaining another point. Frog Framer is able to go and have, seems like 1 rune up right now. Megumi opting to go and play the Victor to the base. Currently with 3 runes. Megumi's in quite a difficult position right now, needing to be able to try to gain control over at least one of these battlefields this turn. If not, Frog Framer might just continue to go and build their base, build their units that they have. Megumi opting to go and tap the Victor Legend to go and summon a recruit token. Both, however, are not ready at the moment. And will pass. Frog Framer now should gain 2 more points for holding both battlefields, putting them 2 more points closer to winning this match. Frog Framer opting to continuously reinforce Trifarian War Camp here, just stacking units on that battlefield. We'll pull back the Darius, most likely in order to use him later for a reconquer. It's going to tap the Darius Legend right now. And 2 seals to go and play Spectro. Spectro should allow Frog Framer here to go and pull a unit from their discard pile and to play it in their base. And then with that being played, should generate another recruit token. Frogframer with such a wide base right now, having a lot of units. Megumi is just in a very difficult position here. Megumi has to go and prevent the hold here on Trifarian Warcamp, because if Frogframer is able to go and conquer the other battlefield next turn, then they will win match point right now. Frogframer currently at 6. Megumi does have a lot of runes to work with at the moment. Victor does have access to some kill spells. However, most of those spells do target at battlefields and not at base. Megumi moving over to arenas. Frogframer tapped out. They will not be able to go and respond to that conquer. Just a very difficult decision here for Megumi. Megumi opting to go and reinforce arena's greatest, just hoping to go and hold on to that battlefield to prevent the match point there from Frogframer. Right now, with the amount of resources and that hand side, I'm assuming Victor should have enough answers to any attempt by Frogframer to go and conquer that battlefield. However, having no units in base means that Megumi is unable to go and take back Trifarian Warcamp on their turn unless the top deck Watcher. Watcher is the only option here for Megumi in order to go and actually win this game right now. Seems like Frogframer here is going to go and attempt a trade right now. 4 into 4 might. Megumi should be forced to respond here in that attempted conquer. Or attempted trade. Yeah, Frogframer on 7 points right now. Trying to go and close this game out. Emperor's Divide does come out from Megumi. Emperor's Divide makes it where if any unit takes damage, they would be destroyed. In addition to that as well, because that card was played on an opponent's turn, Blue Victor is able to go and generate a recruit token in base. However, right now, Frogframer should just... Actually? Frogframer should have enough units right now in base in order to actually close this game out right now. Unless... Yeah, Megumi only has 3 runes up. And most can play a Hidden Blade to respond to another unit coming in there for that conquer, but probably does not have enough resources in hand in order to go and prevent that conquer on Arena's Greatest. But Emperor's Divide out at the moment. We'll play the Stupefy in order to go and draw 1. Looking for answers right now from their deck. However, Megumi just in a really rough position at the moment. Oh, it seems like Megumi has decided to go and concede. Yeah, Frogframer right now would have had that match based off the units he had on board. Yeah, and that would be a game. That's a victory there for Frogframer. They will be moving up to a higher bracket. I caught you guys.
Boo! Boo!
Oh, the old Kmart. Yeah. Oh no, they have to get deck checks. Oh, I shall expound upon the matchup. Okay, hello, welcome back. We're heading here into our second round, and it seems like we will have a set versus an Annie right now. Both decks do need to get deck checked at the moment, so there is some time here before the match actually starts. Annie is currently just taking over the meta at the moment. A rising star was seen to be the underdog, especially since the Chinese meta was very heavily favored towards Aurora Yi and Kaisa, but Annie is just a very hyper aggro deck right now. Um, the interesting thing about Annie, however, is that um, the way that the Annie deck actually functions is one with a lot of combat tricks. Purple has access to a lot of cards that like to bounce units out of battlefields, Rebuke, Fight or Flight, Gust. And basically the way this deck functions is that the Annie player is just willing to go and burn all of these resources. It seems like both players here had just wrote another 6 and a 7. Um, but yeah, but anyways here, basically, Annie just likes to go and continuously bounce out units from the battlefield, preventing conquers and conquering just that much more easier. And then is going to go and play Vi later on to go and recycle their discard pile back into their deck. Vi, of course, is going to gain some might from the amount of cards that are recycled, but this comes in conjunction with the use of Traveling Merchant, which would just allow a bunch of draw power there, being able to move from battlefield. So yeah, Annie is just a draw engine that just tries to look for all of the answers that they possibly can, playing relatively small units and relying mostly on their spell slinging ability in order to answer potential conquers to defend those smaller units, as well as use those to go and conquer units. So Annie doesn't really care about might, generally speaking. However, Set's all about might. The set is basically revolves around buffing units and then using the increased might that they gain, which is their attack power and their health, to just conquer, to just overwhelm their opponent, and then to force their opponent to burn answer spells. So Set's legend ability allows them to go and exhaust a legend to burn a buff, which is a just a little +1 that is attached to unit. They can burn the buff to go and make sure that unit does not die in combat or by a spell. So being able to go and protect your units very well and just basically exhaust the opponent's hand of resources. However, in this particular matchup, Annie doesn't actually kill units. Annie just bounces the units out, which is going to make it very frustrating for the Set player to actually be able to, I guess, do what they want to do, which is I go in with a high might unit, we trade, or I force you to burn resources, but my unit still lives. Generally speaking, in this game, kill spells are much more resource draining. They take runes to play, and they're much more higher cost. However, with bounce spells, it's a different story. Bounce spells are a lot more cheaper, a lot more easier to play. And yeah, and it basically just works around the Set legend ability. One of the cards that this Set player definitely has to go and watch out for is going to be the Rebuke, which allows Annie to just return a minion to the owner's hand. So, you know, Set, which is the main champion here, does get bounced back with Rebuke, then the Set player does have to replay that card again, which is basically going to delay their tempo. It's going to stall them out, and just through that, the Annie player should just go and win through attrition. However, of course, there's a lot of different cards here that Set does have access to. Some of those cards include like Fior, for example, where if Fior does become mighty, is going to go and gain Deflect. With that Deflect, if any unit does have that keyword on it, basically the opponent who targets that unit has to recycle a rune. So, you know, with the Fior becoming mighty, with these Deflect units, Annie is basically going to be losing runes, losing resources, and losing future plays if the Set player is able to go and set that up. It seems like both players here have just successfully passed the deck check and will be shuffling their decks very well here. It seems like Kaede-san already has a battlefield in mind that they were going to play into this matchup. And he's a very popular deck here at our locals meta, so being prepared for it is something that we're going to see between all players here. Both players finishing shuffling their decks. Both decks going to be cut by their opponent, making their runes are all shuffled here. And battlefields here are revealed. The Zon Warren's definitely a staple here for the Annie deck, allowing a player who conquers there to discard a card from their hand and to draw one. And then for Set, it's going to be Monastery. Basically, if someone conquers that, they can expend the buff in order to go and draw a card. So adding a lot more draw power to the Set deck. A very staple card here. Both players playing cards that are going to most definitely benefit their decks and not their opponents. It seems like Kaede-san here gets the first turn, channels through runes, however, does not find a 2-drop, which is definitely unfortunate there. He's going to lose out on a lot of tempo. Rixey with the 3 runes out right now. Let's see. Does happen to go and find a 3-drop here. Is going to play Sneaky Deckhand directly to that battlefield, scoring a point. And if that conquer is good, then they will be able to go and discard, then draw a card. We'll discard that Scrap Heap. A very good card there to discard. If Scrap Heap does get discarded from your hand, then you're able to go and draw 2 cards because of its effect. And Rixey will end their turn readying 2 runes through the Annie ability. Kaede-san now at 4 runes. Unfortunately, unable to find a 2-drop. However, looks like they will be able to go and find a 4-drop here. Most likely, Kiana will come out. Yep, Kiana's a very staple unit right now for orange decks, being able to go and have Deflect, as well as if you conquer, you can go and either choose to draw a card or to channel a rune, giving that card a lot of good flexibility. For Might, is with Deflect is pretty good value for the cost of that card. Kaede-san is going to pass to Rixey. Rixey does hold another point there for holding Zon Warrants right now. Rixey is at 5 runes. He's going to go and retreat the Sneaky Deckhand out of Zon. And he's going to go and pay 4 runes to go and play Kaisa to base, deciding not to accelerate it, it seems. He's going to go and keep it there. Kaede-san now has the turn. Most likely will move that, find the way maybe to buff that Kiana with Pit Rookie, and then to move that Kiana into Monastery in order to go and get that draw perhaps. Well, not. Instead, deciding to go and sabotage the hand. Sabotage, definitely a good way to go and gain information on your opponent. Being able to go and look at their hand, and they can go and pick a card from your opponent's hand to go and recycle back into the deck. Basically just removing that card from the game. For most decks, however, with Annie, with the amount of draw power here in this deck, you might see that card pop up again. Kaede-san right now has to go and make a very difficult decision. Rixey does have two Void Seekers there, which are very threatening, as well as a Cleave. A lot of answers to that Kiana, to a Reconquer against a Kiana right now. Yeah, very difficult choice here Kaede-san has to make. In my opinion, it seems like it might be just unlikely that Kaede-san will go and pick the Void. It's actually going to go and pick the Void Seeker out. It's going to go and decide to remove it. Yeah, that card does get recycled. However, either way, Rixey does have a very threatening hand. But gaining that info, Kaede-san is able to go and play for the future, trying to go and figure out what future plays Rixey might make and how to go and best play against it. Kaede-san still has 4 runes up, still has a lot of flexibility this turn. Is he going to decide to go for the Zon Warrens here? Rixey can choose to Void Seeker it. And it seems like they'll decide to go on Void Seeker Kiana right now. They will have to pay a deflect cost if they do. Yeah, and we'll have to recycle 1 more rune there because Kiana does have deflect. Now, does Kaede-san have any reactions to this? Seems like they do not. And Kiana does die to that Void Seeker. Kaede-san now is just going to burn the remaining runes to just play Fiora into base. Fiora being that card that if she becomes mighty, will gain that deflect, ganky, and just a whole bunch of other traits and keywords to them. Right now, Rixey does have 2 units up available in base right now. Is going to probably move Kaisa up into Zon Warrens. If that Conquer is good, then Rixey will have to discard and draw a card, and well as draw a card through the Kaisa ability. Okay, we'll decide to go and do the Zon Warrens effect first. We'll move the Sneaky Deckhand into Monastery right now, getting another free Conquer there. Kaede-san just tapped out of runes and able to go and have any responses right now to the aggro plays that Rixey is currently making. Seems like Rixey will end their turn, readying 2 runes. VR does become ready. A 4-might unit, pretty threatening here into Rixey's smaller bodies right now. Rixey, however, does have 5 runes available. That being said, when Kaede-san did Sabo Rixey's hand, we did not see any bounce spells. So Kaede-san probably feeling pretty confident here that they can just move in right now to go and get a Conquer. Still has all their runes untapped, has a lot of resources to go and make use of here in order to go and guarantee that Conquer. See Kaede-san deciding to go and float too. And we'll play the Showstopper. Showstopper basically buffs the unit and you can just move that unit into a battlefield. Now, the interesting thing about this card is it's a move. So that means that if a unit was already readied from base and you move it into it, if it does get bounced back, then they can just move it back into that battlefield again. Currently, Fjord is now mighty, being at 5 might, so it's going to be able to get access to those keywords. Rixey just trying to decide how they're going to go and respond to this attempted Conquer here by Kaede-san. Seems like Kaede-san is just really gunning for that draw power from Zon Warrant. Rixey is going to just respond with a stack deck, searching for an answer at the moment. Right now, the only possible answer is going to just be unplayable here. Rebuke would be the only thing that could just completely nullify any aggression furthermore from Kaede-san this round. However, Rixey does not have 2 Chaos Runes available, meaning that they aren't able to go and pay the complete cost of Rebuke right now. Rixey just deciding to go and flash both units out of their battlefield. Flash basically allows the person who plays it to move 2 units that are in battlefields back to their base. Deciding to play that in order to go and save the Kaisa. And then Kaede-san deciding to go and discard draw for that successful conquer there. Showstopper, a very interesting choice there. Showstopper being set signature card. Does offer increase the amount of opportunities at Kaede-san. But there we go. Because Fiora was moved in there by Showstopper, she's still ready. And because she's mighty, she gains ganking and is able to move over to the next battlefield, scoring Kaede-san another point. Very nicely played there. Now here, will Kaede-san decide to go and decide not to actually burn the buff on Fiora, trying to keep her at a 5 might unit. And Kaede-san will just go and play the set champion to their base and pass their turn. Rixey now does have 7 runes available and a pretty wide board. However, none of the units in Rixey's base right now has enough might to just win through sheer combat. Rixey will definitely need to go and look for a combat trick spell here, probably Fight or Flight, maybe Rebuke here in order to go and push that Fiora out. However, it will come at a cost to them as they will need to go and recycle a unit, rune for that targeting. Right now, Rixey just trying to figure out what plays that they can make. Perhaps if they don't have enough answers in their hand, yep, they should just move to the Zon Warrens, get that free draw there. Trying to go and search for the answers. Decides to go and discard the Gust, which is a really good choice here. Most of Kaede-san's units are not under 3 might, which is the only might stat Gust does affect, allowing the user to go and bounce units back to the opponent's hand. Kaede-san looks like is tapped out, is unable to go and respond to any plays here that Rixey might make. Let's see. Rixey might decide to just go and send both their sneaky deck and Kaisa into that battlefield to just win through sheer combat. Seems like they will make that decision right now. However, is going to go and use Cleave on Kaisa, bringing Kaisa up to 7 might, out of lethal range of that Fiora. Okay, Kaede-san using the set legend ability right now is most likely, yeah, is going to go and tap the set legend ability, saving Fiora. The buff will be burned. Kaede-san will need to go and recycle a rune in order to do so. However, that is 1 unit down for Rixey. Kaede-san now has 2 units in base, both with mights that are greater than the units currently at Rixey's battlefields. Rixey just going to go and play that Traveling Merchant there to Monastery. Trying to go and reinforce that battlefield. And we'll pass their turn ready into runes. Kaede-san right now does have pretty high might units in base. has 5 runes available. However, Rixey, with 2 cards in hand, could have the answers to any aggression here by Kaede-san.
Seven. 2 to 7.
Right now, Rixey has control of both battlefields. Kaede-san needs to find a way to conquer both. If not, Rixey will go and score with the game-winning point. If Kaede-san is unable to clear both battlefields. Kaede-san right now in a very difficult decision making. Rixey has game winning point. If both are held, decides to go and spend the set buff, increasing set's might by 4. And will send it into Monastery right now. It is should be 6 on the side of Rixey, and then 8 on the side of Set. Rixey burning 2 is going to decide to go and rebuke the Set, returning that card back to hand. Kaede-san right now in a very difficult position. Does have your 4 might unit. However, Rixey has 6 at Monastery and 2 might at Zon Warrens. Without any form of buff or might increase for Fior, Kaede-san might not be able to go and actually get boat conquers to prevent Rixey from winning this round. Another showstopper comes out from Kaede-san, buffing that Fior, and will send it into the Zon Warrens. Does Rixey have any answers to this? Is that last card in their hand a fight or flight? It seems like it is not. Kaede-san now going up a point. Will proc the Zon Warren's effect, discarding a card to draw. Let's see. Fiora now has the ability to go and gank the other battlefield. However, the other battlefield is at 6 might. Will go and decide to go and gank. It's a 5 to a 6 right now. And it seems like Rixie will go for the ride the win to go and conquer the abandoned battlefield there. And with that, Kairi-san does get a successful conquer there on Monastery. And Rixie there with the successful conquer on John Warrens decides how to go and sequence it. Deciding to go and do the Kaisa as well as the match point draw. So basically in Riftbound, in order to go and get the 8th point, it's either through holding or through holding and conquering another battlefield. Just moving the Kaisa there does not actually grant the 8th point to Rixie. Instead, players who do that are just able to go and draw a card for that conquer. Rixie burning the fighter flight to go and push the Fjord back into base. Has to go and pay that deflect cost, however. And it seems like Kairi-san having no answers to go and push that Kaisa out of Zon Warrens. Rixie will go and score the 8 point through holding Zon Warrens.
Want me to put League of Legends Champion Select music on? Like LCS 2015.
What in the middle is there?
Or like, just to have something to listen to.
Oh, is this silent?
Huh?
Is this silent?
Yeah.
I'll put some music on.
Yeah.
Something that won't
You want your funk? Boom.
Okay, and we're gonna go move on to round 2. Both players here just deciding what to side deck. In and out. Annie is just such a difficult
An ongoing glitch, Aaron. Like, I can't
deck
switch
to work
characters.
against as Set. Set likes fair combat, and Annie just completely denies that, having a lot of bounce spells. Not really caring about the might of units.
You can't switch off the Elgato. You can try to disable it.
Don't allow.
Yeah, you don't need that. Yeah. And then it still shows.
Yeah.
That's weird. You might have to restart.
No, I restarted it on Saturday
And still did
or
that.
Friday. Yeah. I think you have to update drivers. I don't know.
Maybe.
Or Branson, you're sitting in silence.
It hasn't done a Windows update.
Let's do it right now.
That's weird.
Crazy. Crazy. What? You want freedom from sound? Huh? Yeah, Aaron. It's not working. I can't hear my beautiful LCS music. Never mind.
Kaede-san just opting for the first turn, is able to actually find a Daring Poro. Very nice. Able to go and find that 2-drop, which they weren't in the previous round here. And Rixey is able to go and find the Traveling Merchant, a very key component there in the Annie deck. And now Kaede-san is just going to go and move up for that free Conquer. With that battlefield on a Conquer, the person who does Conquer it is able to go and scry the top 2 cards of their deck and decide whether or not to go and leave them at the top or to put one at the top, one at the bottom. Kaede-san with very limited information here, trying to work on making the best guesstimates as to what Rixey might have in their hand. Deciding how they're going to go and order those cards. Seems like Kaede-san will just go and put both cards back at the top of their deck. And we'll go and play the Fior in base. Rixey coming does have the Traveling Merchant available. Might be able to go and get or we'll be able to go and get a free Conquer there on the Dreaming Tree. Start getting that draw engine going. Kaede-san is just tapped out of runes at the moment. Is going to be unable to go and respond to any plays that Rixey will be making. Rixey just trying to go and concoct the game plan. Right now, trying to figure out where is the best position for that Traveling Merchant to go to. And we'll decide to go and move it into the Dreaming Tree. That Conquer does seem to go through, is able to go on move. Traveling Merchant, you are able to go and discard a card and then draw one. We're actually deciding to discard the Darius. Very interesting pick there. Rixey working with 5 runes up at the moment. Still has a lot of potential playmaking that they can do right now. Is going to decide to go and tap 2 runes to go and play Potiporo to further reinforce the Dreaming Tree. And we'll also go and play a Vi in base. Vi is a very key component here in this Annie deck, just allowing the Annie player to recycle discarded cards from their trash back into their deck. So really, whatever cards are actually being discarded aren't completely lost to the Annie player, unlike other decks which does not have access to Vi. Right now, Kaede-san does have the Fiora available, does score a point from holding with the Daring Poro. Fiora currently a 4 might. Would be able to go and trade evenly if Kaede-san does choose to move into the Dreaming Tree. But Kaede-san will decide to go and sabotage Rixey's hand. Rixey does have the Ride the Wind, does have the Rebuke. Kaede-san deciding to go and get rid of that Rebuke, which is the one answer here to this Fiora moving in, or to Set moving in. However, that Ride the Wind might become a bit of an issue later on in this game, as that discard pile does get larger. Vi does increase might based off how many cards was recycled from that discard pile. So a common end game play that Annie players make is that, you know, they have like 20 cards in their discard pile. They use the Vi ability to buff Vi when Vi is ready, and then to move Vi into a battlefield. And then with Vi has Genki and is able to move to the other one, scoring 2 points in 1 round. And usually pushing the Annie player to that game-winning point. Kaede-san deciding to go and use this showstopper here. It's going to buff Fiora. It's going to send Fiora ready into the Dreaming Tree. Fiora is currently at a 5 might right now. Based off of Rixey's hand, there's not a lot of answers here. Rixey might decide to go and use the Ride the Wind on top of Traveling Merchant to go and get the free draw from Dreaming Tree for targeting. And then for the move with Traveling Merchant, however, decides not to. Boat units are going to lose combat there. Kaede-san will get another successful conquer on the Dreaming Tree. Kaede-san still has a lot of runes to work with at the moment. However, they just might pass the turn, depending on what answers he might have in hand. Kaede-san opting to go and retreat the Daring Poro from Candlelit. And will also retreat the Fiora, fearing that Vi Ride the Wind that will most likely come out from Rixey the next turn is going to go and play another Daring Poro in base. Rixey now at 6 runes. Does have Vi still available, ready right now in the base. However, has to watch out as Kaede-san's board right now is very threatening. If Vi gets trapped in the battlefield and is unable to be retreated, well, that's a very key card that Rixey has just lost. Kaede-san just currently counting the amount of cards there in Rixey's discard pile. Only 3 discarded cards. Vi can only hit a maximum of 6 might right now in total at the moment. Rixey deciding to just go and throw the Vi into Candlelit. Does gain the point. Kaede-san has no answers. Candlelit does proc on the Conquer. Rixey is able to go and scry the top 2 cards of their deck and decide which order they're going to place it in. Decides to go and recycle 1 and to top deck one of those cards. Rixay. Seems like Rixay is going to go and play a dare. Oh, Kaisa accelerated into base. Is going to go and push into the Dreaming Tree. Does get another successful conquer on that. Should be able to go and draw a card there on that conquer. And it will end their turn readying 2 runes up to a total of 3 readied runes. Now Kaede-san does have a very threatening base right now. 2 Daring Poros that will gain +1 might on attack, and a Fiora with ganking and deflect there at 5 might with the buff. Right now, any of those Poros could move into Candlelit and just trade out on the Vi. Rixay does still have Ride the Wind in hand, though. Is able to go and successfully retreat one of those units if they
I'm just fixing all the. Yeah,
will so please. But the Sabotage does come out from Kaede-san. Is able to go and look at Rixay's hand and choose which card to get rid of. We'll decide to go and get rid of the Flash. The Flash prevents Rixay from retreating both units there. Only now 1 unit is going to be able to be retreated out of the battlefield through Ride the Wind, but the other one is going to be stuck. So Rixay needs to make a decision when it comes to which unit here he wants to save, either the Vi or the Kaisa. Kaede-san is going to go and move on to the Kaisa here. It's a 5 might for Kaede-san and a 4 might to Rixay. Rixay right now just deciding whether or not they're going to save the Kaisa or save the Vi here. That being said, though, if Ride the Wind is used now on top of Kaisa, the targeting from it will allow Rixay to draw an extra card. However, they'll just allow the Kaisa to die here. Kaede-san does go up another point for the Conquer, and Kaisa does get discarded. Rixay opting to, seems like, to go and save the Vi. Kaede-san is currently trying to figure out if they're wanting to go and trade into the Vi, knowing what cards Rixay does have in hand. Is going to opt to go for it, sending both Poros in. That is a 6 might on the side of Kaede-san into Rixay's 3 might. Rixay now deciding whether or not they're going to go and Ride the Wind Vi out of there. Instead, they will not. Vi does die there. Kaede-san does now gain another point for the Conqueror and is able to go and scry the top 2 cards of their deck. Rixay just seems to be holding off on using the Ride to Win. Probably plans to actually use it the next turn, as their discard pile is just getting larger and larger. That Vi will just be increasing in might and hopefully be at a high enough might where Kaede-san does not have any answers to Vi moving in through Ride the Wind. Okay, Kaede-san deciding on the order that they want to go on top deck those 2 cards. And will burn all of the remaining runes in order to go and bring Set. In order to go and bring Set out right now, of course, Kaede-san does have to take into account the Vi Ride the Wind. That will most likely come out next turn, leaving that Set in base in order to hopefully get that Reconquer when that Vi does move in. Kaede-san tapped out, unable to play any answers on Rixay's turn right now. Rixay does have quite the substantial amount of runes, currently at 7. Is going to be able to make a lot of plays here. However, they do have quite a small hand size, only 3 cards, so not a lot of spells, not a lot of units that they could potentially play. Is going to use a stack deck. Stack deck allows the user who plays it to look at the top 3 cards of their deck, pick one, and then recycle the rest. A very powerful card here in purple, being able to go and basically search for answers. Right now, Rixey just trying to decide which card they're gonna draw here. Finally picks one and recycles the rest. Rixey also increasing the size of that discard pile. This Vi that is gonna come out is gonna be able to go and buff herself to a very high might here. And Kairi-san does not have any answers to that they can play on this turn. If Kairi-san manages to hold on to both battlefields, they'll be at 7 points through both holds. Seems like Rixey is gonna decide to go and play the Vi to the base. Does still have to ride the win in hand. Is most likely trying to go and figure out if they are willing to go and play it at the moment. Vi just needs 6 might in order to get over the Fiora and the Poro. Will decide to go and recycle units. Decides to go and recycle their entire discard pile to the bottom of their deck, and will most likely play the ride the win here. Paying 2 energy and recycling 1 rune. And the ride the win does come out here. Is going to send into Candlelit in order to go and get that scry on the Conquer. Ride the win basically allows the user to move a unit into another battlefield to start a showdown and then ready it. And with Vi, it does have ganking on it. So Rixey, after finishing scrying these 2 cards, is going to be able to go and move it to the other battlefield. Rixey decides to go on top deck one of those cards and then to bottom deck the other. And will now move the Vi into the Dreaming Tree. And Kairi-san should not have any answers to this other than burning the buff and recycling a rune to protect that Fiora from being discarded. And yeah, we'll tap the set legend ability to burn the buff, recycle a rune. However, Fiora just gets recalled back into base. Rixey now scoring another conquer there, but Vi is here stuck on the Dreaming Tree. Rixey does have 2 runes available. Now, what could that 1 card be in Rixey's hand? He's going to ready 2 more runes because of the anti-legend ability as they pass their turn. That card could be a Fight or Flight, could be a Rebuke here to try to go and protect that Vi. However, having a very small hand size means that you basically don't have a lot of answers available to you, even though you might have the runes. Kairi-san just trying to go and decide how they're going to sequence these cards. Decides to spend the buff on Set, which increases Set's might by 4, and to move in onto that Vi right now. Set currently should be able to win combat through might. However, it seems like Rixey might pay Fight or Flight to go and retreat the Vi out of the base. Is going to be able to draw a card due to Dreaming Tree. But Kairi-san does get the successful conquer there as Rixey did retreat his unit out. And on any conquer, Set ability does allow Set to regain another buff. So it's just going to go and further protect that Set. If Set so happens to go and get killed, Set will just be able to tap the legend ability, burn the buff, recycle a rune, and then Set's just protected. In addition to that as well, it seems like Rixie did not have an answer to the Fiora moving into Candlelit. Because of that successful conquer, Kaede-san is going to be able to go and scry the top 2 cards of their deck, deciding what order they're going to go and put it back into their deck. Decides to top deck and bottom deck. Kaede-san currently on 7 points. They just need to go and hold one of these battlefields in order to go and close this game out. However, keep in mind that Vi is still alive. Oh, it's going to play the challenge. Challenge does allow the user who plays it to target any unit on their opponent's base or battlefields. It's going to go and just use it to remove the Vi off of... He's just going to use it to remove the Vi from Rixie. If Rixie did have Ride the win there, it's just unfortunate. Rixie will need to go and draw another Vi in order to potentially win this game right now. Kaede-san just deciding to go and play the Pit Rookie, which allows them to go and buff another unit. Fiora now becomes a 5 might, and when becoming mighty, Fiora does gain those keywords. Right now, both battlefields are looking pretty stacked. Does Rixie have any answers to this? If Kaede-san is able to just hold on to any of these battlefields, they will win. And it seems like Rixie is going to go and concede the match there. Unable to have any answers. Kaede-san just revealing their hand. Has a showstopper. Has a Kiana in it. Very nicely played there by both players as we move on to the final match here in this set. Seems like Rixie might be making some adjustments to their deck, looking at their sideboard, deciding what cards they want to take out and add back in. Kaede-san mostly happy with the performance there of their deck. We're going to move on here into the final match of this set. I think in the meantime, as both players are just shuffling their decks, making sure everything is in order, I guess we can just talk about the potential prizing here for winning the Skirmish. So for those who don't know, Skirmish is basically like our regionals. It's locals based. The pricing here is going to be a Blitzcrank mat. So both players here are just playing on play mats, but there is an exclusive one for being a champion of a Skirmish. You get a very nice Blitzcrank mat they can play on. Seems like now we're actually going to be starting. Here, both players revealing their battlefields. Seems like Arena Greatest will come out from Rixie, and in Hilltop for Kaede-san. The battlefield that Kaede-san has picked does allow units that are there to go and gank the other battlefield. However, with Rixie's Arena's Greatest, it basically accelerates the game. Both players gain a point during their beginning phase, and Rixie, for losing the last round, does opt to go first this round. Does find that 2-drop, does get that Traveling Merchant. And then now, both players, 1-1 due to arenas. Kaede-san does also find the 2-drop. Is able to go and play that Daring Poro in base. However, Rixey will have first conquer here onto a battlefield. And it will decide to move it into Hilltop, gaining one point. And because of that move, we'll need to go and discard and draw another card. Decides to discard the Cleave. And then we'll play a sneaky deckhand into Arena's Greatest, going up another point. Currently, it's 1-2-3. Rixey does pass to Kaede-san. Kaede-san does have that Daring Poro, which when it does attack will gain an extra might, bringing it to a 3. Kaede-san most likely trying to figure out how to go and get rid of that Traveling Merchant. Traveling Merchant is a very key card here in Annie. It's the main draw engine for Annie players to go and find all of the resources and cards that they're looking for. And Kaede-san decides to go and sabotage Rixey's hand. See here, Rixey seems to have a Via Padi Poro, a Gust, and a stacked deck. Of course, that Gust does go away, which would be the answer to this Padi Poro moving in right now. It's a 3-2-2. Rixey just responding with the stacked deck. Yep, and Kaede-san does get the successful conquer there. Rixey does not have any answers. Kaede-san just deciding to go and further reinforce Hilltop right now. Kaede-san passing. Rixey does gain another point for holding through sneaky deckhand. Rixey most likely here gonna play the Vi into base. Does have that recycle engine now. Only 3 cards, however, in the discard pile, which isn't enough might to go and overcome Kaede-san's currently conquered battlefield. Rixey only has 4 more runes to work with. Rixie playing that Potiporo and will pass their turn. Kaide-san able to successfully hold on to Hilltop there, gaining another point. And also does have the option to use those units and to gank Arena's Greatest right now. However, of course, Kaide-san does need to be aware of that buy, ride the win. That could potentially come out. Right now, Kaede-san just trying to figure out what their next move is going to be. Rex only has 2 cards in hand, however, does have 4 runes up. Is still able to go and play cards like Rebuke, like Fight or Flight, as well as Gust, all available right now. Seems like Kaede-san we'll go and play Monk here into base. Paying the extra rune cost will allow 2 units to be buffed through the effect of that unit. It's a very scary battlefield there. All of those units have +1 extra might right now, and all of them can potentially gank over into the opposing battlefield. It seems like Kaede-san is just going to send the Daring Poro first. The Daring Poro does also gain an extra might for being an attacker. Kaede-san just, playing challenge, using the extra might buff to go and target the Vi. Challenge just allows the user who plays it to choose a friendly unit and use that might to damage an opposing one anywhere in the base, in the battlefield. Vi currently only has 3 might at the moment. The Poro should have 4. Now, does Rixie have any response to this? Kaede-san, with this play, should be able to take out the Vi as well as 1 unit in Rixie's battlefield. However, it seems like Rixie might react. And play Rebuke. But it seems like, I believe Rebuke is an action speed spell. So it cannot be played on the same chain. Yeah, it seems like that move will be... Yeah, it seems like that move there will be rescinded by Rixie. Yeah, Rebuke is an action speed spell, which means that the only cards that can be played after someone plays an action is reactions, to go and react to the action, but actions cannot be played against actions there. So Rebuke, being an action spell, is unable to actually go and answer that move that Kaede-san made. Kaede-san be able to go and successfully conquer Arena's Greatest now and remove any board threats from Rixie's battlefield and base. Very high value trade there. Rixey does have a lot of runes available to them. Trying to go and figure out if they have any answers to this. That being said, we're slowly approaching, or about to go and approach, the time limit. The way the rules work here in Riftbound is that if the time limit is reached, then both players will have to go and play 3 more extra rounds, and then whichever player has the most points at the end of those 3 rounds will be the winning player of this match. Or of this game, and then if they win this game, they're also going to win this match as well. Right now, both players are currently tied up, but it is Rixey's turn. Rixey will go and play the Darius to base. Darius' ability basically allows it where if Rixey plays another card here, Darius will become ready to endgame +2 might and will be able to go and conquer either battlefield right now. Kaede-san is currently tapped out, will not have any answers. Oh, the Ride the Wind does come out. Darius is currently at a 7 might now. Kaede-san will not have any answers here to this. Darius should be able to go and get that successful conquer there on Hilltop. And because Hilltop has ganking, we'll be able to move it to the other battlefield. Rixey is able to go and effectively conquer both battlefields away from Kaede-san, gaining 2 more points. Okay, Rixey now passes their turn. Kaede-san 2 cards in hand. Does need to go and find the way to get back some points here as we are in the final rounds. Kaede-san only at 5 runes at the moment. Might not have a lot of options here. Okay. Kaede-san just trying to figure out what is the best way to go and approach. Kaede-san being put in a position to make a very difficult decision at the moment. They're currently down 2 points, and Rixey does have a 5 might unit there on Arena's Greatest. If Rixey has any bounce cards currently in their hand, then and if Kaede-san does send those 2 units in, that conquer would be unsuccessful. This is basically a big gamble here. Whether or not Kaede-san wants to go and take a much more aggressive approach here or a more conservative one. Kaede-san opts to go for the open battlefield at the moment, gaining a free conquer there. Kaede-san deciding whether or not to go and play the set to the base right now. Something interesting to note about Darius is that its ability is constant. It's a constant ability. So basically, as long as the owner of Darius plays 2 cards on their turn, Darius will become readied and gain the +2 might. So just because Darius is currently exhausted, if 2 cards are played on that turn, Darius will become readied again. So one play that Rixey could make here is that we'll be able to go and get the hold there from Arena's Greatest. Darius will ready itself, pull Darius back to base, and then play 2 cards, and Darius will then become a 7, become readied, and we'll be able to go and send it into Hilltop, which is the battlefield that Kaede-san currently conquered right now. And we'll be able to go and win the game off of that score. Kaede-san just trying to go and calculate basically where this set should be played. And we'll decide to go and play the set there into Hilltop. Just trying to go and defend that battlefield against that potential Darius play. That being said, however, here, if Rixey is able to go and top deck Vi and does have Ride the Wind in hand, they'll be able to go and win this game here through a conquer. Rixey there, pulling the Darius back here. We'll play the first card. We'll rebuke the set back to hand. Will Rixey be able to go and play a second card here? It seems like Rixey will be able to go and play a second card. Will Fight or Flight. Darius becomes ready, gains +7, and will be able to successfully conquer Hilltop here, gaining the match point, winning the game. And there we go, Rixey winning this match here. Very well played there by both players, but congratulations to Rixey for that win. And they'll move on to the higher bracket here. Okay, and welcome back. This is going to be our third game here, third round actually here at the Hotspot Gaming Cafe Riftbound Skirmish. Right now we have Slash versus Hyoketsu. Slash is on Kaisa, Hyoketsu is on Master Yi. Master Yi and Kaisa are both popular decks during this set. Most Master Yi players have two options available to them when it does come to this deck list here. Either playing Aurora, which is ramp, and then you just play big minions. It's a very high rolly deck, or playing Tempo. It's a little bit more consistent, able to go and make use of the combat tricks available to green and orange cards. On the other hand here we have Kaisa. Kaisa is a very control-y, very spell-slingy type of deck. Is able to do direct damage to minions, has a lot of answers. Basically, if you're looking for a deck that is just generally very good, very consistent, Kaisa is going to be the deck that you want to play. But yeah, right now both players are just doing pre-round things, shuffling their deck.
Definitely one of the better champ select moves. 10 years ago. No, wait, 11 years ago. This is LCS 2015. Not even have the huge champ.
Here we go, we're going to get into the mulligan phase here. Both players draw 4, and then they can choose which up to 2 cards to go and recycle into their deck. Here we go. It seems like we will start. Battlefields revealed, and it seems like we have the Dreaming Tree and Baoma's Lair. Slash does have first turn here. See you. And we'll also go and find that 2-drop. Very important. Go and maintaining that starting off tempo right now. Does play the Paudiporo into the base. Hyoketsu here seems like unable to go and find a 2-drop, but will instead go and play Find Your Center, allowing them to go and channel 1 rune exhausted and drawing 1. Hyoketsu passes it on to Slash. Paudiporo becomes ready. Slash needs to decide which battlefield they're going to go in, and they will go into the Dreaming Tree here. Slash able to go and gain 1 point there off of that Conquer. Hyoketsu is tapped out and is unable to go and respond. Slash playing Kaisa into the base. Let's see here. Hyoketsu will go and play the Kiana into base, tapping 4 runes and recycling 1. And they'll also go and play the Pit Rookie as well, allowing them to go and buff that Kaisa into a 5 might unit. Hyoketsu passing again. Slash now gaining another point for holding with the Paudiporo. Right now, Slash is in a very difficult position. Baoma's Lair prevents units from leaving that battlefield. And the thing about Kaisa is that you kind of want to go and be very nimble with that. champion or with that unit, you want to go into battlefields, conquer, get the free draw, and then pull Kai'Sa out of that battlefield so he can continuously make use of her ability. Slash, though, opting to go and stupefy the Potty Pearl in the Dreaming Tree, allowing them to go and draw 2 cards, one off of the targeted draw that Dreaming Tree gives, as well as the resolution of Stupefy, which allows you to also draw another card. And there we go, Slash playing the Falling Star here, and decides to go and double strike the Kiana. Kiana now completely eliminated. See, and Slash actually does decide to go into the Vilema lair. Kai'Sa is currently trapped there unless Slash does have a retreat in hand. Seems like Slash might have just top decked that actually. And Slash would then go and play Noxus Hopeful into base. Noxus does reduce their cost by 2. Hyoketsu deciding to go and play another Pit Rookie into the base, allowing them to go and buff the other Pit Rookie. Oh. And then we'll go and send the buff Pit Rookie into the Dreaming Tree. It's currently a 2-3, and Hyoketsu would be successful in that conquer, gaining their first point of the match. Hyoketsu deciding to go and play Find Your Center to ramp another rune here and to draw another card. Currently, Hyoketsu has 2 runes up here. Green does have a lot of cheap answers in their deck. Slash, however, is only at 5 runes at the moment, which does limit the amount of playmaking potential that they have this turn. Slash, however, does gain another point for holding Vilema's lair with Kai'Sa. And Slash will go and retreat the Kai'Sa out of Vilema. Retreat basically allows you to return a unit to hand. Hyoketsu now trying to figure out if they're going to go and answer that retreat. Decides not to. Retreat also has the secondary effect of channeling a rune exhausted, just adding to that ramp that Slash desperately needs here. And it seems like Slash will now go and play Hextech Ray. And it will be defied by Hyoketsu. Slash is trying to get rid of that Pit Rookie. Now Slash does go in with Noxus Hopeful. Does Hyoketsu here have an on guard? Currently, Pit Rookie is at a 5 right now due to the Mastery Legend ability. It's a 4-5. Slash does need to play an additional card here in order to go and make this conquer successful. Does decide to go on Void Seeker, the Pit Rookie. This would go and end up as a trade unless Hyoketsu does have a card to go and buff the Pit Rookie. Oh, it seems like they do not have an answer to that, and both units will go and trade out from that. However, Slash will go and draw an additional card for the Void Seeker effect, and Slash does pass. Slash right now in a very unwanted spot right now, having no runes up, no answers, and no units in the battlefield at the moment. Hyoketsu now gaining a successful conquer there on the Vilema lair. Hyoketsu has a lot of runes, can make a lot of plays here. And it seems like the Tasty will be played. Tasty is going to be played accelerated, which makes it ready. And Hyoketsu will go and just send it into the Dreaming Tree, scoring another point. They also conquered Biomon. Did you get that?
Are they on board?
It's... yeah. Hyoketsu would then go and pass. Slash right now has no units in base. It's very limited here on the amount of plays that they could make. Decides to go and play Student to the base. Slash just needs to go and establish units right now in their base so they can go and make a play on the following turn. They're able to at least get a point advantage though early on, which gives them a little bit of breathing room here. Slash does pass. And Hyoketsu does hold. Oh, Hyoketsu deciding to double Kiana Valma right now. Kiana's both have deflect, so Slash does target those units. They'll need to go and recycle runes for that targeting. Slash just needs to go and find the way to go and break both battlefields. Potentially here, an answer could be a Watcher accelerated. If Hyoketsu here holds on to both battlefields, they will win the game through scoring on holding. But it seems like the Watcher will come out here. Watcher accelerated being played. Watcher reduces the might of all units by 3. So currently, the Tasty Fey Folk is at a 3. The Kianas are both at 1, and the Pit Rookie is also at a 1 might. However, Slash does decide to move into the Tasty Fey Folk here. Tasty will gain +2 from the Master Yi Legend ability, bringing it up to a 5 might unit. There we go. It's a 7 to a 5 right now. Does Hyoketsu have an answer? Does have 2 runes up here. Decides to go and play Engard. Engard buffs the unit by 2 if it's the only unit at a battlefield or in its location. Hyoketsu just here looking to trade the Watcher, but a Stupefy will come out from Slash, reducing Tasty Fey Folks might by just 1 more. Hyoketsu does have a rune up and might be able to go and have an answer, but decides instead to go and let Tasty die here. Tasty does have the effect where, when it does die, you can channel 2 runes exhausted and to draw 1. And Slash will now go and move Volkaisa and Ravenbloom into the Vile Maw. Hyoketsu does not have any answers for it. And Slash will get another successful conquer there. And we'll use the Kaisa ability to go and draw an extra card. Hyoketsu now in a very difficult position. If Slash holds on to one of these battlefields, they'll score the match point of the game. However, Slash is tapped out at the moment, will not be able to respond to any plays that Hyoketsu is going to make. Hyoketsu opting to go and play the Yi, ready to base. And will go in on top of the Kaisa. Slash would then go and take that trade. Hyoketsu does gain a point. However, Hyoketsu still needs to go and clear the Watcher. Does Hyoketsu perhaps maybe have Charm in hand? If Hyoketsu does charm the Watcher over, Master Yi will be an 8 might unit into a 7. Hyoketsu playing Find Your Center. However, does pay the full cost. Find Your Center does reduce its energy cost by 1 if your opponent is close to hitting 8 points. Slash deciding to go in Void Seeker. The Master Yi is going to be able to go and draw 1. Master Yi is currently 6 might. However, it does have 4 damage counters on it. So that means it brings Master Yi's current HP down to 2. Oh, and is this a smoke screen coming out? No, it's Darius. Darius will come in readied here. +2. Darius can ready itself if it is the second card played. And it seems like Hyoketsu there concedes the game. And Slash does win.
I didn't even start the time. Hopefully they have some. When they said start, you know, when they said started, well, eyeball it. That was like 30 seconds. No worries, guys. We're short. That was like 25 minutes. No, was it? You think it was 25 minutes? You know, Sly has a timer in there.
Okay, and we're gonna move on here into game 2. Seems like Slash has opted for the reverse row, which allows you to go and retreat unit from there when combat starts. And Hyokatsu here going for God Willow's Grove, a Grove of the God Willow, which basically if you hold that battlefield, then you're able to go and draw a card. Hyokatsu able to go and find the 2-drop here with the Stalwart Poro. Hyokatsu are going to most likely move into Grove of the God Willow. And that Conquer is good. Slash does not have an answer to that, which is unfortunate. Now when Stalwart Poro defends, it will be a 5-might unit, which is quite a bit of value here early on in the game. And Slash opts to go and use the Falling Star. Oh. Hyokatsu does play Defy, but Defy does not actually work on Falling Star. The only spells that can be defied are spells that cost no more than 4, or spells that don't are only recycle 1. Falling Star, even though it is a 2 cost, does have the user recycle 2 runes, which means that it's out of the Defy range right there. Slash now being able to go and conquer God Willow's Grove off of that play. Hyokatsu now does have quite a bit of runes to go and make use of here. We'll play the Stalwart. We'll also play Find Your Center here. Channeling 1 rune exhausted and drawing 1. Slash able to get a successful hold here on God Willows. Able to go and get the extra draw for the hold as well. Slash going in for another conquer there on reverse row, and it seems like it is a good conquer. Slash getting another point. And Slash will go and pass with 4 runes available. Hyokatsu does have quite the big mana pool at the moment. Oh, well played. Protector right there. White from Protector allows the user to go and buff a unit by 8 might, and Hyokatsu will go and just buff Poro and just send it in against the Ravenbloom student here. Slash should not have any answers to this, as that might is pretty high. 8 might is quite a bit. Hyokatsu getting a successful conquer off of that. Slash, however, is able to go and hold on to reverse row there, gaining another point. Slash now using Hextech Ray, but it will be defied. Hyokatsu just trying to go and defend that Stalwart Poro. does Slash have another spell in their hand to try to remove Stalwart from that battlefield. However, will play Kaisa Accelerated. With 2 runes up, Slash decides to go and cleave Kaisa in there and is able to go and get the successful conquer. With that, Kaisa is also able to go and draw one as well off of that conquer. Right now, Hyokatsu currently has a White Flame Protector up and readied in base. It is an 8-might unit. It is quite the threat. Slash only has 1 rune up. Severely limits the amount of cards that they could play to react to this White Flame Protector moving into one of these battlefields right now. Hyokatsu decides to go and move into Grove. It's an 8 to a 4, and Hyokatsu is successful in that conquer. Hyokatsu still has not tapped any of their mana. Can still make a lot of plays here. They might decide just to go and play the Yi out to go and get the other conquer there on Reaver's Row. There we go. And the Yi does come out readied and will be played there into the Reaver's Row. It is a 4 to a 6 right now, and Slash does not have an answer, so will retreat Noxus Hopeful back into their base. Hyokatsu, another successful conquer there. Hyokatsu does pass. Keep in mind that both of these units on these battlefields will gain +2 if they defend alone, bringing White Flame Protector up to a 10 and Yi up to an 8-might unit. And Falling Star comes down. Hyokatsu does not have any answers, and Master Yi will be double Falling Star there and eliminated, freeing up that battlefield for Slash to freely conquer there. Slash still does have a lot of runes left untapped and might have a lot of answers in their hand right now. Slash does move up for that freebie there, gaining another point on Reaver's Row. Slash still has a readied 4-might unit. However, those need to go and find the way to beat that White Flame Protector. Does use Lecturing Yordo to go and draw another card, trying to search for that answer. We'll also tap 4 more runes to play a Kaisa in base. Slash just trying to go and build up their base with units so they could go and potentially move in on top of this White Flame Protector. Hyokatsu does get a hold point for White Flame, as well as an extra draw this turn for holding. Slash is just currently out of any runes right now. All runes are tapped and would not be able to go and respond to any plays that Hyokatsu makes this turn. Hyokatsu plays Clockwork Keeper into base and will also go and pay the recycle cost. You can recycle a green rune with Clockwork Keeper to go and draw another card off of it. Hyokatsu is just trying to go and look for cards here in their hand to go and play. And he answers as well to a potential conquer attempt from Slash next turn. But Slash currently is on 7 points. Hyokatsu does need to get rid of that Watchful Sentry on Reaver's Row. Yeah, and then the Watcher comes out. Thousand-tailed Watcher comes out accelerated, reduces the might of all units by 3. And now Slash should freely be able to go and move in on top of this White Flame and close out this game here. Let's see, that is 7, 4, 4, 8, 15. 17 might there. Watch is currently at a 7. Even if Hyokatsu here does have... Oh, they might have answers. They will go and discipline it to go and draw a card, trying to go and search for a potential answer. Oh, and they're unable to find it. Slash does take this second game here and does close out this round as the victor. Okay, hello and welcome back. We are moving on to the last round of Swiss here. The next upcoming matchup is going to be Tichu on top of Master Yi into Yamaguchi Senpai on top of Leona. I guess some background on this matchup is Leona is very heavily favored here. He likes to play big minions and also likes to go and hold battlefields just with one unit to make the most out of its legend ability. However, Leona completely negates the +2 buff that that Yi gives to solo holding minions or minions defending at battlefields. Leona, the champion, is able to, on attacking, stun a unit. And the way stuns work in Riftbound is that it prevents the unit from doing any damage that turn. So basically, if there's a 4-might unit defending and Leona's a 4-might and Leona moves in, well, Leona is just going to stun that unit, take no combat damage, and be able to go and get rid of the defending unit. Leona also having access to yellow and green means that it has a lot of the good defy spells, good reaction spells that come out of green, and then yellow is just generally speaking hard removal, as well as cards that work really well with +1s and getting buffed. So for example, Fiora's sets, Leona is going to be able to synergize with those cards a lot more better. Here on the other side, we have Yi. There's different variations of Yi. Earlier, we saw a Temple Yi version. However, there's also a Dazzling Aurora Yi, which is more of, if you're familiar with Hearthstone, it's like a big priest. It's a high rolly deck. It likes to ramp up and then play big minions and just overwhelm your opponent with a lot of high cost minions that get cheated out through Dazzling Aurora. So right now, both players are just getting set up here, shuffling their decks. We're not particularly sure which player is going first, which player is going second. But yeah. Okay, here we go. Both players have chosen their battlefields. It seems like we have Aspirant's Climb here from the Yi player. This basically increases the amount of points needed to win the game by 1. And then for Yamaguchi Senpai, they're going to go and run Targon's Peak, which is a battlefield where if you conquer it, you ready 2 runes at the end of your turn. Based off of these cards coming out here, it seems like Tichu is going to be running an Aurora Yi. Aspirant's Climb is definitely going to stall out the game a lot more here. Yamaguchi Senpai able to find the 2-drop. Very key here in this matchup. You need to be able to go and get these early scores at the beginning of the game. Yeah, and Tichu is going to continue to ramp here. Yeah, the name of the game here for Yamaguchi Senpai is that they need to go and basically outscore Tichu before Tichu is able to find Aurora and play it. Once Aurora comes out, then it just becomes a ticking time bomb, basically, where there's Yamaguchi would just be overwhelmed by high might units, and while Leona can stun 1, Leona might not be able to stun 2 or 3. Right now, early point here for Yamaguchi on top of Targon's Peak, and will play Leona to base and ready 2 runes through Targon's. Tichu, lots of runes here. And we'll play the Yi ready onto Targon's here. Let's see, Yamaguchi seems to be responding here. Is that a rune prison in? It is. Tichu does have a rune up. Will they respond to this rune prison? Mastery is green as well. Does have access to the Phi. Tichu, however, does not have an answer to that. Will allow Yi to get stunned and will be bounced back into base, as Clockwork Keeper does not have the required might to actually eliminate that Master Yi. Yamaguchi holding again on top of Targon's, going up to 2 points here. Does have the Leona ready in base. Next turn, Tichu would have the required runes to actually play Aurora if he has it in his hand. And it seems like Yamaguchi will decide to actually push into Aspirin's Climb here, scoring a point there. This is, generally speaking, a pretty risky play, actually. If Tichu does have Aurora and does pull out Deadbloom Predator, Yamaguchi might not have the required cards in hand, or hopefully they do, in order to respond to an 8 might unit being played to that battlefield. Leona right now is only at 5 might, +1 from the buff. Leona's legend ability allows her to gain or to apply a +1 buff to any unit whenever a unit gets stunned. Right now, Tichu is going to move Master Yi against Clockwork Keeper. Yamaguchi will respond here, recycling a yellow, and will play Hidden Blade on top of that Yi, completely eliminating it. However, this is a double-edged sword here, as it also gives card draw to Tichu, and Tichu is able to go and find the Dazzling Aurora, playing it perfectly on curve right now. This is the win con here for this deck. Tichu currently searching and hits the TC Faefolk and is able to go and summon that unit without paying its cost. Right now, Yamaguchi able to hold both battlefields here, going up to 5 points. Tichu is completely tapped out. Yamaguchi now has to go and make a decision whether or not to actually retreat this Leona out of this Aspirin's Climb. The key to Leona is that you want to go and use her to reconquer battlefields. She's not really a defending legend. The deck likes to play very aggro, likes to play in a very like counter-attack play style here. Let's see. We'll play the Sona to Aspirin's Climb and will retreat the Leona. Sona allows 4 runes to be ready at the end of a player's turn right here, which gives Yamaguchi a bunch of options to go and play from hand here. 5 runes is a lot of runes, a lot of answers here, and Tichu only currently has a 6 might unit in TC Faefolk. Tichu will now move Tasty against the Clockwork right here. It's a 6 to a 4 at the moment. And Yamaguchi will not respond. Tichu will now go up a point for that conquer. Oh, and it seems like a Deadbloom Predator is going to come out against the Sona right here. It's currently an 8 to a 4 right now. Does Yamaguchi have any answers to this Dead Bloom? Oh, Yamaguchi will now go and actually Zenith Blade here. Zenith Blade stuns a unit, an opposing unit here. So currently Dead Bloom Predator is a 0 attack might, but 8 health might into a 4 or into a 5 and a 5 here. So it's 10 into 8 right now. Tichu does not have any answers to this. Dead Bloom Predator will be eliminated here, and Yamaguchi will hold on to the Aspirant's Climb. Tichu ending turn right now and finds Mountain Drake. Will play Mountain Drake in base here. Yamaguchi being able to go and hold on to a battlefield, going up a point here. Yamaguchi being able to go and basically stem the aggression from Tichu. This is where Aurora decks have a very hard matchup into Leona, as if they don't play units from hand, units tend to just trickle out of Dazzling Aurora, and then Leona can just deal with them one at a time with the stun. So in Zarghast being played, so Zhonya's basically allows a unit to be saved if it happens to die. You can go and kill the Zhonyas instead and then recall that unit back to your base. Yamaguchi passes over to Tichu. Mountain Drake is now ready, and Tasty Faithful does still hold on to Targon's Peak there. Mountain Drake is a 10 might unit, which is very threatening there. Oh, Charm comes in from Tichu. Currently targeting. Let's see. Is that a Defy that will come out? It is a Defy. Charm from Tichu gets defied by Yamaguchi. Let's see. And another Charm comes out by Tichu, moving the Sona over to a Tasty Faithfolk that's currently at 8 might right now. And On Guard comes out. Currently, Sona is at a 5. On Guard will bring it up to a 7. And it's a 7 into an 8 might unit. Seems like that effect will resolve. It's currently a 7 to an 8. Oh. It seems like Yamaguchi might have actually misplayed there, not taking into account the Yi +2 on defense. And in doing so, is forced to burn the Zhonya's Hourglass. Zhonya's is a mandatory effect, so if a unit dies, you have to kill it in order to save that unit. So players can play around Zhonya's by sequencing which units they get rid of first. By doing so, Tichu is actually able to burn the Zhonya's on Sona and eliminate one of the key win cons that Yamaguchi has in the Leona. Right here, Catalyst being played by Tichu, channeling 2 runes. And now Tichu is ending. Dazzling gets popped, decides to go and stack the Targon's Peak here. Yamaguchi only has a Sona in base, 5 runes, and 2 cards in hand. It's going to be quite difficult to go and play from this position for Yamaguchi. Mountain Drake is currently sitting at 12 might on defense. Most decks do not have the required might to actually go and overcome that. The only possible card that Yamaguchi could have would need to be Green Leona. Green Leona makes it where whenever a unit gets stunned, it also takes a might reduction. And that would, generally speaking, bring that Mountain Drake underneath that might threshold where it can be eliminated here. But Tichu holds on to both battlefields again, going up 2 more points. And this is where Dazzling Aurora starts kicking in, where if you aren't able to address the minions as they come in one at a time, then you're just going to get overwhelmed. There's currently 24 might at Aspirant's Climb right now, and now another Mountain Drake comes out. There's currently 22 might at Targon's. Tichu, it's 5 to 6. However, it's going to be very difficult here for Yamaguchi to go and find an answer in this matchup right now. And it seems like Yamaguchi has forfeited that round, and Tichu does win. Yeah, just the overwhelming nature of an Aurora deck, where if you see Aurora on perfect curve, then you're just able to go and flood the battlefields with a bunch of high might units. And generally speaking, most decks don't have the firepower to actually go and address those high might units there. Okay, here we go on to round 2. Both players have already selected their battlefields. Based off the battlefields we currently see, it's pretty apparent that Yamaguchi will be going first. Whenever you lose the round, then the following round you get to go and pick which turn you go, either first or second. Going second gives you an extra rune. However, generally speaking, Riftbound is a very heavy tempo-based game. It's about conquering battlefields, and that's how you score points. And generally speaking, most players, there really is no upside to going second. So most players will always opt to the first here. And then with that, Grove of the God Willow allows it where if you hold a battlefield, you get to go and draw an extra card here. So by being able to play first, if Yamaguchi finds a 2-drop, they'll get to the Grove first before their opponent, and then they'll be able to go and make use of Grove. Because of it, it seems like Yamaguchi is also going to opt to go and swap out their chosen champion here into Green Leona. Green Leona is the it's a much more higher cost. However, it does come with a might reduction, so it's going to be it's going to be a little bit better here in this matchup, as Tichu, playing Dazzling Aurora, is going to opt to play high might unit. So having might reduction is going to be very useful here for Yamaguchi in this matchup. But that being said, Tichu, of course, predicting the second turn pick, will get 4 runes to start off with, which means that one of the ramp cards available in an Aurora deck is going to be Catalyst of Aeons, which is a 4-mana spell that allows you to channel 2 runes exhausted. So by playing Obelisk and by predicting the opponent picking first, then if you have it in your hand, you're going to be able to go and play it on curve and basically still be able to keep up with your opponent's higher tempo there, especially when you are playing Aurora. It seems like getting a little peek here at one of the players' hands. Tichu seems to have Aurora in hand. This is basically the best possible option here. One of the issues with an Aurora deck is, one, Aurora takes a while to go and play. You need to ramp to 9 mana to actually play it. But also, two, drawing the card itself, the win con, can prove quite difficult for some decks. Yi sometimes lacks the necessary draw power to actually go and see Aurora, so Tichu having it in hand is such a big advantage to them. Right now, it seems like Yamaguchi was unable to find a 2-drop. Yamaguchi is in a very bad spot at the moment. Tichu playing Find Your Center allows them to go and channel a rune and draw one. Just constantly trying to go and ramp their way up to that 9 mana to go and play Aurora. Seems like Yamaguchi is just going to go and play Leona from hand here. However, not finding the 2-drop is going to be very detrimental here in this matchup. Currently, Tichu is on 7 mana, and they will ramp again. Tichu will be able to go and play Aurora the following turn, and all Yamaguchi currently has to answer is going to be a Leona right now. Tichu prepping for those big minions to be eliminated by playing Zhonya's Hourglass in base right now. And then the Sabotage comes out. Does Yamaguchi have a Defy here? Yamaguchi thinking right now. Right now, the most optimal play here is... Oh, does not have the Defy. Oh, and the Salvage gets recycled. Salvage allows a player to target a gear and destroy it. It is probably the one counter here in yellow and green, or in this Leona deck, to actually get rid of Aurora. Now, Tichu can just freely play it with that Sabotage. Yamaguchi is in a very rough spot at the moment. Has to predict this Aurora is going to come out next turn. Unfortunately, the Salvage has been ripped from hand. We'll go in for the Conqueror on top of Grove here. This might be a really risky play, but Yamaguchi doesn't really have any other option here. They need to start scoring points before they get overwhelmed by the Aurora minions. The only issue here is that if Tichu plays Aurora and does pull out Deadbloom Predator, it's going to be an 8 might unit into 8 might here, as Leona and Sona is both at 4. Sona, however, at a battlefield, able to ready 4 runes here. Yamaguchi does have all runes up at the moment, does have answers. Tichu here playing Aurora on curve here. We'll tap it, we'll end their turn right now. And is cycling through their deck. Does reveal the Deadbloom Predator. We'll play it to the Grove here. It's an 8 versus an 8. Does Yamaguchi have any answer to this Deadbloom right now? Will Facebreaker... What Facebreaker does is it allows the user to target one unit to stun, and then will target another opposing unit, an attacking unit, and stun that as well. So because of that, the Deadbloom will get bounced, as there's not enough might to actually completely eliminate it. But Yamaguchi does protect their units, is able to go and get a +1 buff to, and applies it to Leona due to the legend ability, but has to pay a deflect cost because of the Predator's keyword. Right now, Yamaguchi moving up to 2 points for the hold. However, has to be wary of the Aurora now coming out. Oh, a Fiora comes out to base for Yamaguchi and will pass their turn, readying those 4 runes due to Sona. Tichu currently deciding what to play. Right now, does have another Aurora in hand.
That's crazy.
Let's see. However, we'll decide not to play it. We'll go in again with Deadbloom. It is an 8 to 9 right now. Oh, actually not a 9. It's a 8 to a 10. Leona does gain shield. Will stun with Zenith Blade here. Dead Bloom Predator. Will be killed there, therefore burning the Zhonya's Hourglass. Because of that stun, Leona will go and buff Fiora. Fiora gains a +1 and become mighty. Let's see here. Tichu will go and play Yi ready to Obelisk. And we'll be able to go and get that Conquer. And it seems like Tichu will opt to go and pass turn, cycling with Aurora, finds the Mountain Drake, plays the Mountain Drake in base. Currently Yi on defense is going to be an 8 might unit, but Leona, working with stuns, will be able to go and completely nullify that might. Yamaguchi has established themselves quite well on top of Grove here, being able to go and draw extra cards every time for holding. And we'll play another unit to the Grove, a Stalwart Poro. Seems like Yamaguchi's plan here is just go and stack a battlefield. However, Yamaguchi does burn all the cards in their hand. Currently, Tichu has a lot of might, a lot of units to go and work with here. On Grove right now, there is... Oh, Tichu is going to go and move Dead Bloom Predator into Grove, trying to go and get some trade here, trying to go and pop the Zhonya's Hourglass on top of a unit. We'll decide to go and trade the Dead Bloom into Stalwart and Sona. Yamaguchi opts to go and save the Sona in that trade. And here we go. It seems like Tichu will go and play an accelerated TC Fatefolk and a Mountain Drake to that battlefield. Is that hidden card a hidden blade here? It's the only way that Yamaguchi can actually answer this. Oh, it's a Zhonya's Hourglass. Yamaguchi is now, however, going to be able to go and save a unit, but Tichu will successfully get this Conquer here. Yamaguchi opting to save the Leona, a very wise choice here. Yamaguchi most likely next turn will play Leona from the chosen champion spot. And another Mountain Drake comes out by Tichu. That is currently 16 might right now on Grove and 8 might on top of Obelisk. Yamaguchi only one card in hand. Has a lot of runes at the moment. Okay, it seems like Yamaguchi moves on to the Yi, does stun it successfully with the Leona, is able to go and kill the Yi and conquer that battlefield, going up a point here. Currently, there is not a lot of options available to Yamaguchi, only having one card in hand. Both decide to go and pass their turn. Tichu gaining a point for holding. Tichu just has the second Aurora in hand. Will they play it though? He's going to decide to go and recall the Mountain Drake. And it will Dead Bloom the Obelisk battlefield here. Currently, Leona should be sitting at 6 might and Sona at 5. Tichu's most likely trying to go and get rid of Leona? Leona, as Yamaguchi does not have really any cards in hand. The mana is no threat, and there the trade goes through. Leona is gone now. And Aurora does pop as Tichu passes turn. Yamaguchi gains a point for holding. Yamaguchi currently has 11 runes available to them. However, only has 2 cards in hand, which means that there's not a lot of options here available to Yamaguchi. And it seems like the chosen Leona will get played. Yamaguchi also opting to go and retreat the Sona back to base as well, fearing the potential push from both a Mountain Drake and a Tasty Feyfolk here. Tichu scoring a point for the hold and another draw off of the Tasty Feyfolk here. Tichu scoring another point on the conquer of Obelisk here, and further reinforcing Grove. And then here, it seems like we might see another Dazzling Aurora come out. Yamaguchi in a very tight spot right now. 2 Dazzlings is something that Leona might just be overwhelmed by. 1 Dazzling might be easy enough, but 2... Here the second Dazzling is searching out. And we see another Dazzling through it, but a Tasty Feyfolk comes out as well. Yamaguchi needs to find the way to clear both battlefields here. If not, Tichu will score for holding both, and that would be game here. Yamaguchi keeping their cards close to their chest, trying to figure out what play they could possibly make to get back into this game. Yamaguchi at least needs to go and conquer 1 battlefield back so Tichu does not win the game next round for holding both. Tichu has 2 runes up, 6 cards in hand. Discipline being played, and Yamaguchi does not find the draw that they needed. Tichu does take the game as Yamaguchi concedes. Tichu finding all of the Aurora, all of the ramp necessary in order to go and take this game, just overwhelming Leona. And that is going to go and conclude our Swiss. So the next round, the next game that you will see is going to be our us starting to move into the top 8 players. So until then, we'll catch you when that happens. Okay, and welcome back. So now we are officially in the, not top 8, top 4 here. We have seen both of these players here play before. It's going to be Frogframer on the Darius against Rixay on top of the Annie here. This is going to be a pretty interesting matchup, as, you know, Darius is currently, I believe the standing is 4-0 right now. Darius is going undefeated in this skirmish here at Hotspot Gaming Cafe. Both players here just getting set up, cutting their decks right now. And we should be heading into the match pretty soon. In terms of how this matchup is going to play, I mean, this is going to be quite a first here. Based off of the previous game on Darius. Oh, seems like we have a 7 and a 10. Okay. But yeah, so Darius likes to go pretty wide, and we'll see how Annie is going to go and deal with that type of play style here.
What song Frogframer is gonna pick? Oh, he's playing the DJ. He's playing DJ.
And here we go. First round here in top 4. Battlefield's revealed, and it seems like Darius will be playing Trifarian Warcamp. And Annie will be playing the Dreaming Tree. Pretty standard first battlefields here from both of these legends. And it seems like both players will decide to go and mulligan 2 to draw 2. And then Frogframer winning the dice roll is going to go first here. However, Frogframer does not have any 2-drops to go and play. Passing the turn over to Rixay. Rixay able to go and find the Pouty Poro. And will also play a stack deck on top of it. Rixay passes turn. Frogframer now up to 4 runes. Oh. See here. Oh. Frogframer just trying to go wide again, playing units that play other units. And in addition to that as well, because of the Legion from Noxus Hopeful, it reduces the cost of that card to 2, and Darius can react to add an extra mana to the mana pool, which allows Framer to go and play that 2-cost unit there. Frog Framer just developing board right now. Rixey only has a Patiporo currently in the base. It's ready, however. Rixey needs to go and decide which battlefield to go and move into. Perhaps the best option here is to go and move the Patiporo into the Dreaming Tree. Going into Treferian War Camp, however, it's a very interesting play here. Would lose out on the card draw power though from Dreaming Tree by doing so. Patiporo will not be able to go and hold against the wide board that Frog Kramer has developed here. And will play Sneaky Deckhand into the Dreaming Tree. Rixey conquering both battlefields here off of that one play. Rixey playing 3, recycling 1. We'll also go and play out the Vi here. Vi being able to go and recycle cards from the discard pile to the bottom of the deck. Now Frog Framer is going to be able to go and make use of their board here. Currently there's only 2 might at either battlefield. However, Treferian Warcamp is going to go and give that Patiporo a +1 might buff. We'll go in with the Noxus Hopeful. It is going to be a 5 to a 3. Frog Framer wins that. Conquer, gaining a point here. Ooh, a recruit plus cleave here. 4 might unit going into a 2 right now. Frog Framer targeting the recruit while it's in Dreaming Tree, being able to go and draw another card off of that targeting in addition to as well. It seems like Frog Framer is going to go and continue to try to go and develop this wide board here. Just playing units that play other units seems to be the strategy here when it does come to this Darius playstyle right now. And we'll play another unit to Dreaming Tree with a token. Frog Framer has developed quite the board here, as well as a pretty good defensive hold on the Dreaming Tree. Rixey currently has a Vi ready in base. However, their discard pile is not looking very stacked at the moment. Vi will not be able to go and get that much of a high might increase right now. Rixey will opt to go and recycle their deck with Vi, and will also go and play a stacked deck from hand to go and draw another card here. Rixey just trying to go and set up the perfect hand in order to go and make a play and try to go and conquer and gain control of this game. However, Frog Framer's wide board here with a bunch of small weenie minions are proving to be quite the trouble here. Rixey going in on top of the Noxus Hopeful. A 5 to the 6. Rixey does win that combat there, gaining another point for the conquer on top of Treferian Warcamp. Rixey trying to go and figure out what their next play is going to be. They currently have 6 runes up right now. And quite the substantial hand. However, if they don't have any spell like Fight or Flights or any of these combat trick spells, then Vi here might be caught out on Trifarian Warcamp the following turn, as Frogframer is most likely going to move into that battlefield in order to go and get Reconquer. Rixey playing the Traveling Merchant only has 2 more runes up left. And will decide to go and play those last 2 runes to play another Vi. Rixey coming as both Vi's out on the field right now. With this, Rixey might not be too concerned about the Vi being caught out here on Trifarian Warcamp, and is going to be able to go and recycle that Vi from the discard pile back into the deck. Frogframer gaining a point for the hold on the Dreaming Tree. Frogframer currently has 7 runes up. Has a pretty wide board here. And will most likely go into Trifarian Warcamp to go and get that Reconquer. However, that being said, Frogframer still needs to go and watch out for any of these combat trick spells here, any Fight or Flights, any Gust. We'll decide to go in and send units one at a time to make sure, or to bait out any of these responsive spells here, and we'll successfully get the Conquer on Trifarian Warcamp, gaining another point here. Frogframer has not expended any runes at the moment, still has minions in the base, and holds quite a good foothold on either battlefield right now. However, there's always a threat of this Vi Ride the Wind that could come in at any moment. But Rixey has already recycled their discard pile, and therefore will not be able to go and generate enough might necessary to potentially overcome any responsive spells here from Frogframer. 4 runes would be tapped here just to go and play the Kaisa. Not accelerated, it's just going to go and sit in the base, just prepping for a Reconquer turn here against Rixey. Another unit getting played to Trifarian Warcamp. Frogframer just trying to go and buff their defenses here on this battlefield. That is quite a bit of might on both battlefields for Rixey to go and try to overcome. While Purple does have access to a lot of bounce spells here, it's still yet going to be a very difficult trade, as whenever Rixey does go in, one unit will unfortunately need to be traded out here just because of the amount of might difference that Frogframer has. Right now, Rixey does have 7 runes available. Has 3 cards in hand. With that, Annie has a lot of low-cost spells. Rixey definitely has answers or plays here against Frogframer to try to go and Reconquer here. However, that being said, Rixey does need to take into account Frogframer does have 2 runes up and 2 cards in hand, and could possibly have any responses to any potential Reconquers, and would need to go and play around this. Here it seems like Darius or Kaisa will be played accelerated. Let's see. And it will be the Darius coming out. If Rixey does play another card here, Darius will become ready and gain +2 might. Right now, it seems like Rixey is just trying to go and calculate the amount of might here on top of the Trefarian War Camp. Trefarian does give +1 might to all units there on that battlefield. They're currently 2 tokens and 1 buffed unit right now. If Rixey does not have the proper cards here to try to go and take over Trefarian War Camp, it seems like the best possible option would actually be to move into the Dreaming Tree. There's less might there, less resistance. And with Vi, it does have ganking. You're going to be able to, if Vi is able to survive and stay on that battlefield towards the next turn and become ready, Vi will be able to go and move to the other battlefield in Trefarian War Camp without needing to go back to base. In addition to that as well, as we've seen previously, Darius can also ready himself if 2 cards are played on the same turn. So there's a lot of options here for Rixey in terms of what the next move is. However, most definitely trying to reconquer one of these battlefields would be needed to happen this turn for them.
Stall game is
Rixey still deciding what the next play is going to be. 2 runes up. There's a lot of options here. There's Rebukes, there's Fighter Flights, even Gust as well could be used here. Seems like, is that a Rebuke coming out? And there we go, the Rebuke does come out on top of a token, however. Very interesting play there. The token does not get returned to hand, actually. It becomes destroyed in that scenario. Now Darius becomes ready, gains +2 might here. There are currently 3 cards in Rixey's discard pile. Oh, but is going to opt to go into the Trefarian with the Darius and does win the combat there, gaining a point. Darius just proving pivotal here. The +2 might and becoming ready after 2 cards can be played, which includes himself as well. It's just proving to be a very flexible card, a very good card in terms of reconquering battlefields. Rixey will go and move the Traveling Merchant up. For Traveling Merchant, it reads that if you move the card, then you're able to go and discard and draw one. However, because Rixey has no cards in hand, he's able to just freely draw cards there. And we'll recycle with the Vi, gaining 3 might there. Vi is now a 6 might unit, and will go into Dreaming Tree. And seems like Frog Framer will allow Rixey to go and win that combat there. Rixey reconquering both battlefields here. However, it was pretty costly to Rixey's rune pool right now. Will only go up to 6 next turn. But Rixey does happen to go and conquer 2. Will end turn here, readying 2 runes for the Annie Legend. Frog Framer now has 2 units in base, has a lot of runes up, can make a lot of plays here. There's currently 9 might there on Trefarian War Camp. Both units getting the +1 buff there. It seems like Kaisa, however, will be sent into the Dreaming Tree. It's a 4-3 at the moment. Rixie does have 1 card in hand, 2 runes up. Is that a fight or flight? Perhaps. It could even be a rebuke as well. Any card to go and bounce the Kaisa back? That being said, that would also mean that Boat Vise from Rixie is going to be bottom decked at the moment. Oh. Seems like Rixie will decide to burn those 2 runes to flash Vi out. And also move the Traveling Merchant back. Because Traveling Merchant was moved, its effect procs again, and Rixie is able to go and draw another card. In addition to that as well, Dreaming Tree, because Vi was targeted by Flash, you're able to, Rixie is able to draw another card as well. Rixie just regaining that hand back from having no cards to having 2, and then in the next turn, having 3 cards. Frog Kramer right now, however, has to deal with that 5 Might Darius at the moment, but keep in mind, if Rixie plays 1 more card, it will become a 7. And it seems like Kaisa Accelerator is coming in here. Kaisa, Cleave, coming in to Trifarian Warcamp against Darius. Darius is a 5 Might unit. Kaisa should be able to go and win this combat here. Yup. And Kaisa does. Frog Framer able to go and get that Conquer, score a point, and draw a card off of the Conquer due to Kaisa's champion ability. Right now, Frog Framer has 4 runes up at the moment. 2 Kaisas on the field, both occupying both battlefields. What we haven't seen yet is Ride the Wind. With that card, Rixie would be able to go and reconquer both battlefields here, eliminate Frog Kramer's 2 Kaisas. Frog Kramer playing another Kaisa. All 3 Kaisas in Frog Kramer's deck are now out on the field, 1 in base, 1 in Trifarian Warcamp, and 1 in Dreaming Tree. Frog Kramer playing quite the wide board, expecting probably for both of the Kaisas in Dreaming Tree and Trifarian to be eliminated this turn. Rixie, 3 cards in hand, 6 runes available. 2 cards in the discard pile here. Kaisa is currently a 4 Might unit. If both cards are recycled by Vi, Vi becomes a 5 Might unit, and with Ride the Wind, would be able to go and conquer both battlefields here. Rixie does need to, however, clear at least 1 battlefield this turn. If Frog Framer holds on to both, Frog Framer will win for we're scoring both hold points here. Seems like Rixie is going to go and move up. Traveling Merchant. Traveling Merchant will lose this combat. However, it's most likely in order to go and achieve draw here. Does happen to go and draw the Cleave from able to go and top deck the Cleave. Bring Traveling Merchant up to 5 Might and to win combat. In addition to that as well, because Traveling Merchant was targeted that turn on the Dreaming Tree, able to draw an additional card right now. This is the power of Annie. Just being able to go and continuously draw and recycle cards. Always having answers to problems. Now Rixie has quite the substantial discard pile. Is deciding whether or not to go and recycle it to buff Vi up to a 7 Might unit. Rixie will instead choose to recycle 2 to buff Vi up to 5 Might. And will potentially move into Trifarian. It's currently a 5 to a 6 right now. And Rixie does win that combat there in Trifarian. Both Kaisas from Frog Framer are now eliminated on those battlefields. Frog Framer currently at 6 points. Rixie at 7. Rixie just needs to hold on to 1 of these battlefields next turn to win the game off of a hold point here. Rixey deciding whether or not to go and push the Padiporo into Trifarian War Camp to try to just win through combat here. And decides to do so. Currently on Trifarian, and a sneaky deckhand also comes out as well on Trifarian, trying to make the most out of that battlefield right now, giving +1 to all units there. Seems like Rixey is going to go on end turn here. Frog Framer needs to find a way to go and reconquer both battlefields here. Does still have the chosen champion Darius available. Here, Frog Framer moving into the Dreaming Tree. Trying to attempt to conquer here. Rixey thinking about how they're going to respond to this Kaisa. Rixey does have 4 runes available, 2 cards in hand. Is there perhaps a Fight or Flight or a Rebuke here? Frog Kramer is probably just looking for some draw power here. If they're able to successfully conquer this battlefield, which it seems like they will here, we'll be able to go and draw another card in order to attempt a conquer of Trifarian War Camp. If Frog Framer is able to go and conquer Trifarian, they will score the final remaining point here. It seems like they will be able to, and they will play chosen champion Darius here, which will ready both Dariuses and give them +7. And now that is 14 +2, that's 16. That's a 19 might. That's about a swing into Trifarian War Camp. Does Rixey have any answers to this might? It seems like Frog Framer is just going to go one at a time here. 7 might. Or 8 might actually coming in. Does Rixey have a response to this? And it seems like Rixey did not. Frog Framer taking game 1 here. Darius just proving to be quite the menace this skirmish here at Hotspot Gaming Cafe. And there we go. We're going to move on to round 2 right now. It seems like we will see Azon Warrens and Arena's Greatest bumping up both player scores up 1 during their beginning phase. Rick's able to go and find the 2-drop. Patiporo played in base. Frogframer responding in kind, also going and playing a Patiporo. 2 Patiporos actually with the Darius Legend ability. Able to add 4 runes into the rune pool here. Rixey, however, does get first move here into which battlefield they want to go and conquer. Most likely will move into the Zon Warrens, however, in order to go and start this draw engine. Rixey does move up into the Zon Warrens. Will be able to go and get the discard and draw here. We'll choose to go and discard the Cleave. Right now with 4 runes. We'll use all of them. Is this going to be a Kaisa perhaps? It will be a Kaisa. Rixey playing Kaisa 2 base. And we'll end turn, readying 2 runes. Frogframer, 2 Patiporos up and available here. It seems like Frogframer also does have a Cleave in hand. Would be able to go and reconquer the Zon Warrens back from Rixey. Frogframer moving into Arena's Greatest here. It seems like that point is good. Frogframer conquering Arena's Greatest. Frogframer now moving into Zon Warrens right now. It's currently a 2-2-2 and opting for the trade. Frogframer taps 3 to go and play Beaded Hook here. And then in addition to that also, does play the Vanguard Captain, being able to go and bring in 2 more recruit tokens from the Legion ability. Frogframer passes the turn on to Rixey. Rixey currently has 6 runes available. A Kaisa ready in base. Would move to go and start combat here against the Patiporo. Does win it. Rixey will now get the draw for the Conquer. Still 6 runes available. Lots of options here for Rixey. Seems like Rixie might just play Darius from hand here. Or perhaps maybe Kaisa accelerated. Does pay 5 runes and recycles 1 red one. We'll play the Darius into the base. Rixie, only 1 rune available. And we'll pass turn there. Reading 2 more runes. Rixie, 3 runes available here. Frogframer starting their turn right now. Currently it's 2-3. Frogframer definitely trying to go and consider using the cleave here to go and clear that Kaisa out. Will cleave a unit here and then send it against the Kaisa. This is currently 4 might against 4 might at the moment. Does Rixie have any response to this? And will instead go and flash their Kaisa out. Frogframer does get a successful conquer off of that. Frogframer will now hide an additional card at that battlefield. And then Frogframer will now go and play Kaisa accelerated into Zon Warrens and should be able to go and draw 2 cards off of that. And it seems like Frogframer is going to go and pass the turn over to Rixie. Rixie currently at 7 runes here. Does have both the Kaisa and the Darius available in the base. Currently the score is 4-3. However, Rixie should have enough resources in hand in order to go and reconquer both battlefields. Frogframer is completely tapped out of any mana runes here. Seems like Rixie is going to make a move here on Arena's Greatest. Hidden card revealed. It's a Hidden Blade here. Hidden Blade basically allows Frogframer to go and kill a unit to draw 2. However, it seems like Frogframer is going to opt to go and kill their own token there in order to go and draw 2. Rixie does successfully conquer Arena's Greatest there. And will now move up into Zon Warrens and then cleave that Kaisa. It's a 7-4 now, and that conquer is also good. Rixie gaining another point there. It seems like Rixie is going to play another 5-cost unit here. It's going to be another Darius in the base. Now both Dariuses become ready, as that was the second card played. And Rixie is going to go and pass the turn. 2 Darius in base, 1 Kaisa at Zon Warrens right now. Frogframer only has a total of 4 might right now. However, the Darius can come out here. seems like Frog Framer is going to go in and get the easy conquer there. Rixay deciding whether or not to go and respond to this potential conquer on Arena's Greatest. Decides to actually go and respond. It's going to Void Seeker. The Vanguard Captain there. Does Frog Framer have any response to this? Looking at their hand, it doesn't seem like they have any. The Void Seeker goes through. Vanguard Captain is gone now. Rixay does draw one card off of that. However, it's going to be tapped out for the rest of this turn. Frog Framer, where they're deciding to cleave the token and to go and send it in. It's currently a 4-4 at the moment. Boat units are going to go and trade out. However, now both battlefields are clear. Frog Framer does still have runes up to go and play another unit. Does seem to have a Kaisa in hand. Does have enough runes to play Kaisa accelerated right now. And seems like they will... Oh, they play a Seal first. And then we'll instead go and play another Vanguard Captain to go and bring 2 more units, or 2 more tokens back into their base. Frog Framer, with only 2 runes up, is going to decide to go and recycle to play Baited Hook here. He's going to search the top cards of their deck to look for a unit that is within the might range here of Vanguard Captain. Does happen to find one. Does happen to find the Draven here. Draven is now at a 7 might, as Frog Framer does have 4 points here. Frog Framer now passes the turn over to Rixay. Rixay, 2 Dariuses in their base right now. Very threatening. Rixay looking at cards in hand, trying to go and figure out what is the best play here. We'll play the stack deck. We'll search the top 3 cards of their deck. Then we'll draw 1 here. Rixay will move up into the Zon Warrants here with one of the Dariuses. If that Conqueror is good, the Conqueror is good. It's now going to need to go and discard and draw a card. Most likely what Rixay is going to plan to do is they're going to move both of these Dariuses to both battlefields to conquer both, and then play another card at the end of it, so both Dariuses become ready again and retreat both of them out here. Seems like the Potty Pour will be discarded for the draw here. Rixay moving up the Darius into Arena's Greatest for that Conquer. The Conquer is good. And it seems like Rixay is going to play an additional card here to ready both Dariuses. Both Dariuses do become ready after that play. And Rixay will go and hide a card there on Arena's Greatest. And we'll end turn here, deciding to go and leave both units in their respective battlefields here, looking for the hold point to go and close this match out. Frogframer currently has a 7 Might Draven and 2 tokens currently in base right now. 6 runes available. Draven is currently at a 10 Might. Frogframer just weighing their choices. What can they do here in this position? Frogframer here is going to move into Arena's Greatest. It's most likely a fight or flight here, and it is. Draven is going to get pushed out of that battlefield, and Frogframer concedes this match. Seems like we're going to go into a game 3 now. Here we go into match 3, and it seems like the battlefields have been flipped here. Frogframer playing the Arena's Greatest, and Rixey playing the Zon Warrens. Basically a mirror of what we had last time here. Frogframer choosing to go first. Does play the Pouty Pearl, does hit that 2-drop. Both players do get that free point there at the beginning of the game due to the Arena's Greatest here. Rixey. Does Rixey hit? Seems like it would be a sneaky deckhand that's going to come out here. Rixey currently deciding which battlefield to go and send that unit to. And it seems like the sneaky deckhand will go to Arena's Greatest rather than the Zon Warrens, opting to go and keep the cards in their hand here. Rixey passes turn, ready 2 runes here. Frogframer most likely going to move this Pouty Poro into Zon Warrens here. But first, He's gonna go and play a unit here in order to go and start this token generation. Frogframer just trying to go and build board here before actually making a move into one of the battlefields. Oh, Frogframer deciding to actually go for a trade here on the sneaky deckhand. Oh, Rixay responding with stacked deck right now. It is only until stacked deck here is resolved that both players can choose whether or not to go and continue to play actions to continue combat or the showdown here. Rixay currently deciding which card to choose right now. If both players decide to be going past here, both units will go and trade out. And right now, Frogframer passing their turn over to Rixay. Rixay still has the point advantage here. Will play a Traveling Merchant into their base. 3 runes left here. And it seems like Rixay would go and play the Vi into their base right now. Rixay still has 1 rune to go and work with. However, is most likely going to go and end their turn here. Yeah, they're going to go end their turn. Ready 2 runes for the Annie Legend. And Frogframer now has Prio on this turn. All units will become awakened here. And Frogframer is most likely going to be able to go and conquer both battlefields here. And it seems like Rixay is going to go and respond to that attempted conquer with a gust. That token does get destroyed. And now Faithful Manufacturer is going to go into the arena's greatest for another attempted conquer. Rixay does have 2 runes available, but it seems like that conquer is good. Frogframer now goes up a point. Frogframer still has 1 active unit at the moment, deciding whether or not to go and move it into the Zon Warrens. However, that being said, Rixay's base right now does have 2 pretty threatening minions. Does have a Traveling Merchant and also does have that Vi, which will increase might based off of the discarded cards. Rixay tapping 4 here, decides not to play the Kaisa Accelerated, it seems. And instead will now choose to go and just further reinforce the arena's greatest right now. And then we'll go and move the final Awakened unit. And decides to go and discard the Cleave to draw here. And that Conquer does seem to be successful as well. What I find pretty interesting here is that Frogcramer actually decided to go with that line of play, not accelerating the Kaisa, perhaps not wanting to go and lose runes here. However, if they were able to go and accelerate the Kaisa and conquer it, then they could actually, oh, it seems like a makeshift Sabo was just played there. But yeah, it seems like Frogframer just being really cognizant of the runes that they have available. I would have expected a Kaisa accelerated play here, but instead it is not, just playing the Kaisa safe into the base here. Rixie deciding to go and recycle 2 discarded cards to go and buff the Vi up to a 5 might unit right now. 6 runes available. Rixie just deciding which battlefield now to go and move into. And it seems like that Conquer is going to be good there. Rixie gaining a point here. It seems like Rixie is actually has maybe figured out what the weakness of this Darius deck is, which is that it lacks a lot of responses to Conquers. It's very hard for Darius to go and respond to any Conquers, to any movement from their opponent here. Just playing to go and get as much value as possible. And then right here, Rixie gonna play the Ride the Wind here to move it into the Zon Warrens, does get the successful Conquer. Vi is currently ready in Zon Warrens here. Let's see if Rixie is gonna decide whether or not to pull the Vi out back into the base here. But first has to decide which card to go on discard and draw here after that successful Conquer. And we'll opt to go and move the Vi back into their base to go and keep it safe there. Rixie playing Padiporo to base as well, just trying to go and build this board up. And we'll go and pass turn here.
I'm doing so.
It also seems that Rixie might have missed the trigger on top of the Annie here. Now they realizes it, has the 2 runes ready here. See, Frogcramer plays Forge of the Future to go and summon a recruit token. it seems like right now we're having a bit of a ruling on top of Forge of the Future. One of the Okay, and we're back. We had a bit of a ruling dispute there, however, it did get resolved with Forge of the Future. Right now, it just seems that Frog Framer here is going to just be stacking the battlefield here, going wide on their board. Frog Framer currently does have units on top of Zon Warrens right now, looking to potentially hold that battlefield here. There's currently 8 might there on Zon Warrens. And within Frog Kramer's base, there's currently 8 might there as well. Rixey at 5 points here. Needs to go and find the way to go and start eliminating units from Frog Framer. Frog Framer does not have any runes here to respond to any moves that Rixey does make, however. The Darius does come out here from Rixey. If Rixey has another card in hand that they're able to go and play here, that Darius will become ready and a 7 might unit. Rixey just trying to go what their next course of play is here. Frog Framer has 4 points. Rixey still does have the point advantage, does have quite a bit of units ready in base. However, is probably concerned about the reconquer here with all of the units available that Frog Framer does have. Rixay still has 2 runes available, deciding what the next course of action is going to be. Currently at 65. Frogframer currently has the lead here. Frogframer has quite the intimidating base right now. Multiple units just stacked up there. Frogframer using the baited hook there. Searching for a minion to go and play. And does find the Darius off of the baited hook right there. And Frogframer gonna play the other Darius out into the field right now. And will go and pass their turn over to Rixay. Frogframer just setting up for the reconquer here in order to go and score the game-winning points right now. Rixay just needs to find the cards here in order to prevent Frog Framer's next turn, just complete onslaught of just multiple units here. Right now, Rixie, understanding that this is potentially the last turn they're going to have of this game, trying to go and make a decision in terms of how they're going to go and prevent Frogframer from getting the win con here. However, that is a lot of units here. Frogframer is playing a deck that has access to yellow, which means that Grand Stratagem is definitely in the possible cards that Frogframer might have, which will buff those units up by 5 might. Here we go, Rixie moving the Traveling Merchant into Arena's Greatest, getting the discard and the draw here, just searching for answers. And it seems like Rixie will concede there. Frogframer winning this game here and moving on to the finals. Okay, and both contestants here are getting ready for the final game here of the Hotspot Gaming Cafe Skirmish. Currently, we are going to have set into Darius.
Like, why does it look weird?
Okay, both players here just getting set up at the moment. We have seen both of them on the stream previously. Frog Framer, this would be their third appearance here, and this would be Kairi-san's second. Okay, and we are off here. Both players revealing their battlefields. We have Trafarian Warcamp and Monastery here. This is the start battlefields that we've seen from both players previously. Both players now just mulliganing cards at the moment. It seems like
Shut up, Aaron.
Kairi-san trying to go and figure out whether or not they are willing to keep certain cards in their hand at the moment.
Oh yeah, remember that smash? That smash. Oh yeah.
Kairi-san now
I need to go to my friend's house.
is fine with their hand here,
That was his house.
and will go and start play here. Frog Framer winning the turn order here, going first. Is able to go and find the 2-drop and play that at their base. There we go. We have first mate coming out here, another 2-drop. Both players being able to go and find their 2-drops here to open up the game. Frog Framer going to move up into Trafarian Warcamp here. Gaining a point. Frogframer gonna just go and play the Kaisa to base to go and end their turn. Kaede-san has first mate ready. He's most likely deciding whether or not to go and move it to Monastery here to go get that free conquer. Instead, we'll decide to go and challenge it. Intrafarian does win that combat. Kaede-san does gain a point there off of that, and will play Set to their base here. When Set comes in on play, will gain a buff as well, and then will pass their turn. Frogframer, 6 runes at the moment, and a Kaisa ready in base. Frogframer's hand seems to have a lot of units in it. And Frogframer will move into Trifarian War Camp. Kaede-san completely tapped out right now. Frogframer will win that combat. And will also draw on the Conquer there. And then we'll play a Seal in their base here. And then next, Vanguard Captain comes out. With the Legion ability, we'll be able to go and should be able to summon 2 tokens to their base here. Frogframer just now trying to go and start stacking up their base here, trying to go wide now. This is the line of play that we've continuously have seen from Frogframer here, and is going to play another Vanguard Hopeful here. Vanguard Hopeful reduces its cost by 2 if it's the second card played. And then Potipor also comes in from Frogframer. Frogframer just trying to go and stack their base right now with units for this Reconquer. Kaede-san has Set buffed up and ready here. 6 runes available. And we'll decide to go and spend the buff to give Set +4 might, and we'll send it in there against Kaisa. We'll win that combat, we'll score a point, and then whenever Set does win combat through a Conquer, Set will rebuff himself. Kaede-san currently has a lot of runes still available. And we'll challenge here. Kaede-san making use of the buff increase on Set to go and take out a Noxus Hopeful there. A potential threat in the future now gone. Kaede-san just making use of one of the counters to this Darius deck, which is that Darius does not have any spells really to go and respond on their turn, leaving their opponent just free to go and play as many cards as they want. And then the Kiana will be played in base. And that should be the end of Kaede-san's turn. Completely tapped out, however, which means that they'll be unable to go and respond to any potential combat here from Frogframer. Frogframer getting that free conquer there on Monastery. And Frogframer will now go and play Call the Weak here. Call of the Week just allows both players to go and pick a unit that they want to have destroyed here. Frogframer can just sacrifice one of their tokens, which is of like no or little cost to them. However, Kaede-san has to make a very difficult decision whether or not the set is going to be the one that's going to go and be killed, or the Kiana here. If Kaede-san does choose set, however, the legend ability will allow them to go and save that card or save that unit and just recall it back to base. And it seems like Kaede-san here will opt to go and use the set legend ability to target set and then to go and recall set back to their base. Frogframer now moving up a recruit token into Trifarian Warcamp and will score a point off of that. And then Frogframer also go and play a Kaisa to base. Frogframer passing turn now. Kaede-san, set, and Kiana available. Kaede-san moves up into Trifarian Warcamp. Does successfully conquer that battlefield. Set does also get rebuffed here. Kaede-san opting to go and play Citra to base as well. Is going to go and buff Citra as another card is played this turn too. Kaede-san probably debating whether or not to go and move the Kiana into Monastery. And they will. That Conquer is good. It's now 4-4. Kaede-san now needs to go and pick whether or not to channel a rune or to draw a card, and opts to go for the card draw here. Seems like Kaede-san here is going to go and pass. Frogframer has a Poro, Vanguard Captain, and a Kaisa in base ready here. Frogframer, 2 cards in hand. Does have a Cleave, however. Frogframer now going to move into Monastery here. It's a 5-4. And Kaede-san will go and allow that combat to go through, trading out the Vanguard Captain for that Kiana. Frogframer scoring a point here. Frogframer does have the opportunity here to go and cleave Kaisa into Trifarian right now. Instead, we'll decide to go and play the Darius to base. And then we'll go and play Noxus to go and ready that Darius. Darius is now a 7 might unit readied, moving into Trifarian. And that Conquer seems to be good. Set is saved, however, by the Set Legend ability. Frogframer here, now at 6 points to 4. This Darius deck just really adept at taking back battlefields, being on the offensive here. Kaede-san, 7 runes available here. 3 units in base. If Frogframer is able to go and hold on to both battlefields here, they will win. Right now, Kaede-san has to make a very pivotal decision here. Frogframer currently sitting at game-winning point if both battlefields are held. Kaede-san, however, needs to make sure that they don't burn too much of their resources in their hand. Frogframer only has 1 card in hand here. If Kaede-san is able to go and find the way to go and conquer at least one of these battlefields back this turn, then they'll be in a pretty good position here to perhaps maybe take this game. And it seems like Kaede-san here will move the set into Monastery and will buff it with Primal here, giving +7 to set, being able to go and successfully win that combat there. Set on Conqueror will also go and rebuff himself. If Kaede-san moves into Trifarian, both of those units are going to get a +1 buff here and should be able to go and win that combat. And Kaede-san here will go and pass with 2 runes up. Frog Framer only has a Kaisa available right now in base. 2 cards in hand. Frog Framer moving up to Trifarian in order to go and get that card draw there. Going up to 7 points. Frog Framer might look to seal this game out here. Playing the... Oh, it's the Draven actually. Draven currently at 10 might at the moment. Frog Framer passing their turn. Kaede-san gaining another point for the hold here. It's 7-6. If Frog Framer holds Trifarian War Camp, then they will go and win this game. However, there is a very threatening Draven there in their base, a 10 might Draven. Does Kaede-san here have a showstopper? And it seems like Kaede-san here will go and play Kiana to base. And will pull the set back to go and use the buff to go on +4 here. And then we'll ready the set to send it into Trifarian and to win that combat. Kaede-san gaining another point here. Set gets to go and rebuff after winning that combat. Currently a 7-7. However, Frog Framer only has 1 unit available in their base here. Draven is currently at a 10 might right now. Frog Framer does need to remove that set though. What cards could Frog Framer have at the moment? Frog Framer just going in against the set. Does Kaede-san have any response to this? Does not. However, will save the set with the legend ability. Frog Framer does draw a card there. Frog Framer playing Spectro. To the base, playing a Vanguard captain there, and is looking to go and just stack up Trifarian War Camp at the moment. In addition to that as well, Frog Framer playing another Spectral to go and bring back a unit from the discard pile. And it's just continuously increasing the might of Trifarian War Camp right now. Kaede-san is just currently trying to go and calculate the amount of might that exists there on Trifarian Warcam. Does Kaede-san have the answer to this? Kaede-san moving to go and get that card draw. And then another card draw for the Kiana Conquer. Trying to go and search for the answers here. And it seems like Kaede-san there will go and give the game win to Frog Framer. And then we'll go on to round 2 here. Just too much might there on Trifarian Warcam, just stacking with those smaller units, smaller and cheaper units, and then just making full usage out of Trifarian Warcam with the +1 might. And here we go. We're moving on to round 2 here. Frog Framer up a round right now. Frog Framer takes this game, then they'll be the winner of the Hotspot Gaming Cafe's Skirmish. Something to take note as well is that I believe this is the last skirmish in the state of Hawaii here. So if anyone wants to go and win a Blitzrink, Matt, this is both of these players' last opportunity to do so. A lot on the line here, especially for that exclusive championship Blitzrink, Matt. Both battlefields have already been picked by players. Kaede-san here will be able to go and choose turn order. Both players just making sure that their decks are suitable for this next game. In round 2, both players can go inside deck cards here. The battlefield's revealed here. It seems like Frogframer going with the Zon Warrens, and Kaede-san here going with Candlelit. There we go, Kaede-san choosing first here. However, is unable to go and find the 2-drop. Ooh. And is able to go and react. Or use the Legion ability from Noxus Hopeful to go and play it into base. Frogframer here with a very strong first turn. Kaede-san unable to go and find a 2-drop, which is unfortunate here. Kaede-san playing the Fiora to base. Frogframer, however, will be able to go and conquer first, even though they went second. Frogframer here is going to move up into the Zon Warrens, and it seems like that Conquer is good. Frogframer choosing which card to go and discard here. And chooses to go and discard Hidden Blade. And decides to go and pass the turn. Fiora, ready now. Kaede-san opts to go and play a monk to their base allowing them to go and buff Fiora, making Fiora mighty, and therefore gaining the key words. Fiora is currently a 5 might unit, and will go in and start a showdown right now. 5 to 4, Frog Framer, no response. Kaede-san being able to go and get that conquer. Zon Warrens will proc here. Kaede-san opting to go and discard the Kiana to draw. And will then pass turn to Frog Framer. It seems like Frog Framer here is just going along with his usual line of play, just trying to go and stack their base with a bunch of tokens, a bunch of units here. Looking for the reconquer here. Kaede-san, however, holding the Zon Warrens, gaining a point. Kaede-san here has the option to use Fiora to go and gank Candlelit right now, or can just move up the Kinku Monk into Candlelit. Kaede-san here is going to go and play the Karma 2 base. What Karma does is that whenever you recycle a card, Karma buffs a unit. So Kaede-san's line of play here is most likely going to be to go and drop the Karma in base here, and then to move either Kinku Monk or Fiora to Candlelit in order to get the recycle from the Scry, and then to go and buff another unit. Frog Framer currently only sitting at 1 rune up, most likely does not have any reactions to any moves that Kaede-san here is going to make. There we go, the Karma does come out, the recycle cost is paid. Play Karma does allow you to go and view the top card of the deck. Kaede-san, however, debating whether or not to go and recycle the card. If the card is recycled, then a buff is given to one unit here. Kaede-san opts to go and buff the Kinku Monk, bringing it up to a 5 might unit. And then we'll move into Candlelit there. That conquer should be good for Candlelit. Kaede-san, 3 points now. The conquer effect of Candlelit does proc. Kaede-san decides to go and split the top 2 cards and then buffs the Karma due to the effect of the recycle. It seems like Kaede-san here is going to go and pass their turn. Frog Framer does have a bunch of units, but their might are not as equivalent as Kaede-san's here. Frog Framer currently debating the grand stratagem right now. However, is most likely wanting to go and hold off on playing that at the moment. Frog Framer deciding to go and move into Candlelit with 2 units and a token here. And it seems like Kaede-san here is going to burn the buff from Karma to go and buff King Kumang +3. Call to Glory allows the user to go and expend the buff to go and play the card for free here. It seems like the grand stratagem here will come out by Frog Framer. Grand Stratagem is going to go and buff each of these units up 5 might here, and that should be enough. That should be enough for Frog Framer here to go and win combat. Yeah, Kaede-san here deciding to go and recall the King Kumang back into base. And then Frog Framer moving in with a 6 might unit. Does Kaede-san here have any responses? Oh, and does not here. Kaede-san here currently deciding what their next play is going to be. We'll move the Karma up into Candlelit. Frog Framer, no responses available, no runes up. Kaede-san gets the Conqueror, is able to go and scry the top 2 cards. And does choose to just recycle one of them. In doing so, a buff should come out here. Yeah, and we'll go and buff the Karma. Karma is now a 7 might unit. Kaede-san will also now move into Zon Warrens here. That Conquer seems to be good. And we'll discard a card. We'll discard the set to go and draw. Seems like the set will be played to the base. Set on play does buff himself. And it seems like Kaede-san here is going to go and pass over to Frog Framer. Seems like Frog Framer is going to go and play the Darius to the base. And we'll go and play another card there. Darius now becomes ready and gains +2 might. Frog Framer moving the Darius into the Zon Warrens here. It's currently 4 might against 7. Kaede-san, 2 runes up. And it seems like the second Call to Glory is going to come out here. Kaede-san burning the buff on set. You give Kinku Monk +3. And then Kaede-san here is going to go and challenge the Darius. Or sorry, the Kinku, not the Kinku Monk. Instead, it's going to go over to the Karma and use the challenge to go and remove the Darius from play here. And it seems like that Conquer is going to be good in favor of Frog Framer here. However, Kairi-san getting rid of a major threat there in the Darius off of that challenge Call to Glory play. And Frog Framer passing their turn here. Kairi-san gaining a point for the hold. Kairi-san moves up into Zon Warren's. That Conquer is good. Decides to discard the Kiana to draw a card, and instead rebuffs himself on the Conquer. And then Kairi-san here is going to go and pass their turn. Kairi-san just needs to go and hold one of these battlefields to go and take this game here. The beaded hook comes out from Frog Framer here. Noxus Hofo gets played. Frog Framer able to go and find the Darius. And is unable to go and double Conquer on their turn, and giving the game over to Kaede-san here. It's a 1-1, and now we'll go into the final round here. here we go. We're moving into the final game of the day here.
It was get
Frogframer choosing
immediate.
Arena's Greatest here. And then Kaede-san here with the Windswept. Both players are going to get an extra point here at the start. And Frogframer finding that 2-drop again. Can Kaede-san here find a 2-drop to respond to it? And it seems like they will. They'll play a first mate in base. Frogframer now gets to go and choose which battlefield that they're going to go and conquer. And does choose the Windswept. 2-1 right now. Frogframer deciding to go and end their turn by playing a Kaisa in their base. Kaede-san now first meet ready. Kaede-san, 5 runes available. First mate ready in base. Needs to decide whether or not they're going to go and start a showdown against the Trifarian. Or to go and conquer the empty battlefield here. Kaede-san decides to go and commit to the showdown there. Is able to go and get the conquer. It's currently 2-2 right now. Kaede-san still has 5 runes up to go and work with. And opts to go and play their chosen set. Oh, then go and pass their turn. Frogframer, Kaiser ready in base. 6 runes available right now. Frogframer moving in to start a showdown against the first meet. It's a 4-3 right now. Kaede-san is currently tapped out. However, potential call to glory here. And Kairi-san decides to go and let that trade go through. Frogcramer gaining a point and drawing a card off of the Kaisa ability. And it seems like Frogcramer here is going to opt to go and play the Draven into base. Draven's currently a 6 might right now. And then we use the Legion and Darius Legend ability to go and play a Trifarian into base. And then we'll go and pass their turn. Frogcramer, 3 points. Kaede-san, 2. Kaede-san here has 6 runes to go and work with. Set currently has enough might to go and overpower the Kaisa. Frogcramer has no runes up and would not be able to go and respond to that. However, do keep in mind though that Frogcramer's whole deck revolves around stacking units in base and then reconquering battlefields here. Kaede-san opting to go and burn the buff and to go and send that in. Just to go and guarantee that conquer there. Kaede-san goes up a point and Set does get rebuffed here. Kaede-san is now going to go and challenge the Draven there, eliminating that threat. And with the remaining runes, Kaede-san here is going to go and play Kiana. Kaede-san just managing or controlling the battlefield right now, making sure that the big units that Frogcramer needs to reconquer are just getting constantly pushed off the board, constantly eliminated here. Currently, points are tied. There is an open battlefield there at Arena's Greatest. Frogcramer does not have the required might right now to go and take that battlefield back from Set. Frogcramer opting to go and play the Kaisa accelerated, cleaved. That's a 7 might unit going into a 5 right now. Kaede-san does not have a response to that. Instead, just opts out the Set, just be recalled back into base. Frogcramer gaining a point on that successful conquer, drawing a card as well, and going for the second open battlefield too, gaining another point. Frogcramer 5 to Kaede-san's 3. Frogcramer deciding to go and stack Arena's Greatest. And then hiding a card there. Most likely that card is going to be a Hidden Blade. Kaede-san contemplating their next move here. Most likely worried about that hidden card. Because Darius is a yellow-red legend here, it's most likely that that hidden card is going to be a hidden blade there, which allows Darius just to go and kill one unit at a battlefield, or it would be at that battlefield where Kai'Sa's at, and then the owner of that unit that is killed is going to draw 2. However, Kaede-san does not have a buff on either Set or Kiana, meaning that if any of those units go in and they are killed by that hidden blade, then they will not be recalled back into base. And it seems like Kaede-san here is going to go and use the Showstopper to push the Set in against the Kai'Sa here. Showstopper buffs and moves a unit here. Set currently at 5 might into 4 on Kai'Sa. Frogframer deciding what to go and do with that. Plays the hidden blade, uses it on their own Kai'Sa here to remove it. Oh, it seems like Frogcreamer actually decides to go and not make that play. Instead goes to go and target the Set. Set gets bounced back there. However, Kaede-san there uses the legend ability to go and save Set. Kaede-san here has 1 rune floating. Kiana still ready here. Kaede-san opts to go and play a 2-drop here. Citra comes out. And also you can play another Daring Portal here. Kaede-san is just trying to go and stack their battlefield right now. Trying to go wide here. However, that being said, Frog Framer is going to go up 2 points for holding both battlefields. Oh, Kaede-san attempting a trade here. And a Call to Glory comes out. Kaisa dies here. Kaede-san does actually successfully conquer that battlefield. Kiana Effect procs can choose to either channel a rune or to draw one. Decides to go and channel here. Kaede-san is now going to go and hide a card there on that battlefield. And then go and pass their turn. Frog Framer goes up a point for holding here. 7 runes ready.
Nobody else? Never mind. It was at 5-3, and I moved up 1 for the call.
Darius gets played from Frog Framer here and is ready by the Noxus Hopeful. Oh, it's a hidden blade! Kaede-san eliminating that Darius. Frog Framer is tapped out of mana right now, is unable to make any more plays this turn. Kaede-san seems to have successfully held on to that battlefield. Oh. Seems like we have another sabotage going on here.
That was the same card. That was the same card.
And here we go. Kaede-san, 6 points now for the hold. If Kaede-san here moves up into Arena's greatest, they will be pushed to 7, and he just needs to hold 1 of the battlefield to score the game-winning point. Seems like the set will move in there. Gaining a point, and set on Conquer does get buffed here. Kaede-san right now in a very difficult decision making right here, trying to decide whether or not they want to go and hold or play for the hold, or potentially play for a reconquer here. Trying to decide where to go and allocate these units. There you go, Kairi-san decides where to go and move those units up to, deciding to go and split them. One unit with the set, one unit with the Kiana. Does Frog Framer here happen to answer to this? Frog Framer, difficult position here, needs to go and find a way to conquer both battlefields. Seems like Frog Framer here is going to make their play here. Set currently buffed. 7 might for Kaede-san. Trying to look for the trade here. Kaede-san right now in a very difficult decision making. Trying to figure out whether or not to go and burn resources now to protect the set, to protect these units in that battlefield, to try to go for the hold win here. Instead, it seems like Kaede-san here will go and opt for the trade, saving the set though. Kaede-san again, trying to go and figure out what is the most optimal play here. Currently, only 4 runes are available. Primal Strength is a possible option here. Call to Glory can also be played as well to go and buff one of these units. However, based off the hand of Frog Framer here, it seems like the play that they're going to go for is to go and trade out a unit here, and they play double Call. The weak to go and remove all units from Kaede-san's board, and then to go and re-establish their own board with a Spectral. And then the Kiana is removed. The first call to... Oh. Seal is played first. And then the first call does come out. Kaede-san has to go and pick which unit they want removed. Kaede-san opts to go and trade the set here. And then the second Call of the Week comes out. Kaede-san only 1 unit left on board. Frogframer has effectively gotten rid of all of the units on Kaede-san's side. Spectro comes out and is able to go and revive a unit here. The only option here for Kaede-san is some form of showstopper. Do they have it in hand? Kaede-san in a very difficult decision making here. Frogframer is currently threatening to double conquer on their turn. Kaede-san is forced to go and try to occupy one of these battlefields or to go and hold it. The only way possible is either a first mate or a showstopper here. And it seems like the play here is going to be pit rookie into first mate to ready it. Kaede-san moves to go and occupy a battlefield. For that, is able to go and draw an extra card here. Oh! Kaede-san top decking the showstopper for the double conquer here and for the match point. That's absolutely crazy. Insane. Top deck the showstopper. Congratulations to Kaede-san here for being the victor of the Hotspot Gaming Cafe Skirmish. Bye.